off waivers. Knicks and Pistons tip off shortly in Detroit. The Knicks failed on their first attempt to close out the series. 2 of their 3 wins in this best-of-7 have been at Little Caesars Arena. Rangers are reportedly in advanced talks to name Mike Sullivan their new head coach just days after he parted ways with the Penguins. And the Rangers TV booth will be completely different next year, with Joe Nicoletti announcing his retirement after 19 years calling Ranger games. Before that, he was calling Islander games for MSG Network. And that's what's happening on Rich.
I'm going to just go Knicks here, and then I'm talking to Connor. I'm going to go Knicks here just because this is the only window here to kind of pump up Knicks fans and continue that. And then we got all night to do the Mets and Yankees, and I'll kind of lead into John then. Just thought about it listening to Tommy. Yeah, New York City. Let's go. Game 6. I said Knicks in 6. I'm sticking to it. I'm not even a Knicks fan, but I got to pump y'all up before this game. There is no tomorrow. There is no pressure. You are not facing elimination. Don't worry about the Boston Celtics or the next series. Don't worry about your coach getting fired or Mike Malone or who might come in. I don't know why you're worried about Giannis walking around the city or how many picks you traded for Mikal Bridges. Enough already with the talk about the Timberwolves and what Dante DiVincenzo and Julius Randle just did. Lakers in 5. Just kidding. Timberwolves in 5. Listen, as I'm listening to this, and I think it's good sometimes to get perspective from fans that aren't diehard fans, aren't living and dying with every dribble of the ball. And last night I got into it a bit too. I'm a Nets fan, and it's quiet for the Nets. There's nothing to talk about with the Nets. I used to do a podcast called Talking Nets. I stopped doing it. Why? There's nothing to talk about. But as I look at the New York Knicks coming up on another Game 6, where I saw them last year beat the Sixers in 6, I think they win tonight. And I was always on Knicks in 6 because I was giving this young Detroit team some credit. Yeah, they're going to get a game or two. Kay Cunningham's the best player in the series. That's not true, but I knew they were going to get a game or two. There was a lot of talk about how young they are, and I'm like, they're not young. They have some veterans, some journeymen in the mix. They're going to get a game or two, but the 2 games they got were in the Garden. They haven't won a game yet on their floor. The pressure is on them. Why are you so shook? Right? They want to be the bad boys so bad. They are not them. They want this Detroit versus everybody energy. That's not what they're embodying. Their fans have left sad. Their fans have left the building sad and mad. Sad the first time with all the F you Brunson. Game over. They got to leave. Took the first L. And then mad. Oh, it's a foul. They didn't call a foul. We don't have a challenge. Clear contact. It's a foul. Got him. So as I'm listening to Knicks fans on the fan, whether it's hosts, whether it's calls, even online, a lot of y'all packing it up like the season's over. Listen, your season will be over next week. You got to win tonight. 888-808-1019. Somebody call me before this Knicks game starts. Somebody that's feeling confident. Somebody that understands it's a series. You're facing the same team over and over and over, and all these games are going to be similar but different. You're going to learn about your team every step of the way. You're going to learn about their team. Somebody's going to rise. Somebody's going to shrink. Somebody's going to have a game, then not have a game. But I think tonight is a night where you see Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns be what you expect them to be. They're all-star starters. The most clutch player in the game, the clutch player of the year. They're not supposed to lose to the Detroit Pistons. And the fact that they have lost the last 2 games in the Garden, you don't want a Game 7. You don't want a Game 7. Last night, I dug into my Nets fandom, second round, as we talk about Giannis. And if you're a Brooklyn Nets fan and you want Giannis, I understand, because you don't want to be bums You don't want to be like we are right now, waiting for that lottery ball to say that we're going to pick eighth. But I went back to the second round against the Bucks and Giannis and Game 7. And that feeling in Game 7, thinking that you had it and then not having it, it's a sick feeling. I couldn't have got out of the Barclays Center fast enough. It's a sick feeling to watch your season end on your home floor with all the hype and expectations like that. You don't want that. You don't want that. Why are they getting back on the plane and going back to Detroit to end it? Not to extend it, not to come back to the Garden. You don't want it. Knicks in 6, 888-808-1019. Angel in Jefferson, New Jersey on the Fan. What are you thinking about, Angel?
Good vibes with you. I had Knicks in 6 as well. For anybody listening out there, they're plus 102. Just put $150 on it. So let's go Knicks, baby. Probably lose next series, but it is what it is for right now.
There is no tomorrow. I'm not betting tonight. I already have my bet in on Knicks in 6, and I bet on them over the weekend. Cat, and he did his thing. I think he's gonna do his thing again tonight. I don't understand all the cold feet, all the backing out now, the fair weatherness of fans. I thought when you made the trade for Mikal, this was it, and then when you get Cat, oh, watch out now. And now that we're here in the playoffs, like, this is how it's supposed to feel. It's supposed to be tense. It's supposed to be nerve-wracking, but you're supposed to be confident. You're the higher seed. You're the better team. You have the better players, the better coach.
Never easy, for anything. Baseball, football, basketball. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's the first round, we're supposed to win. From here, then everything goes. But
thanks for the call, Angel. 888-808-1019. I'm out on the bets today. I'm not betting. I'm not that confident. But I just think that the pressure is on these young Detroit Pistons. This is their first year in the playoffs. They haven't won a playoff game in that building, I think, since 2008, 2009, something like that. A long time ago. A long time ago. This team will fold if the Knicks actually go out there and do what they got to do. Go out there and get a lead. Play with a lead for a little while. Move the ball around. Can we see Mikal Bridges hit some shots early? Can we see OG Anunoby getting his offensive bag? If Jalen Brunson doesn't have it, if Cat doesn't have it, somebody else make a play, make it happen. And then at halftime, depending on whether they're up or down, they got to come out with the right energy at half. They got to come out like this is do or die. They don't want to come back home and play another game. They know who they're going to face, and they need time off to rest. It's the end of the year. All we hear is talk about attrition. All we hear about is guys being tired and banged up. And this Knicks team, your best player every fourth quarter has to leave the game because his ankle is clearly bothering him. And it's been such a physical series. It's a wrestling match. By the end of the game, these guys are gassed. Get a lead. Hold a lead. And can we get something from the bench, whether it's McBride or Payne? I'm not talking about Mitchell Robinson maybe crashing the boards. But, yeah, this is it. Knicks in 6 tonight, man. They should clinch tonight. They should have been able to handle their business Tuesday at home. But why go all the way to Detroit just to come all the way back again and play them again? If they do that, they put the battery in their back even more. They're already feeling themselves because they won in the Garden. And I always hear this about the Garden being home court advantage. It's not home court advantage. Everybody loves playing in the Garden. You hear that all the time. All these NBA players love turning it on in the Mecca, Madison Square Garden, New York, for the world to see, the world's greatest stage. So, man, go handle your business in Little Caesars Arena in Detroit tonight. Katie in White House Station on the Fan next. How you doing, Katie?
Hey, how you doing? Well, I went to the Garden twice for the games, the playoff games. They lost both times, but I got to tell you, the energy was incredible at the Garden on Tuesday. We went there early, met a few of the celebrities. John Starks, oh man, he was just unbelievable. And this is the '90s Knicks from the 90s.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that they win tonight. You're right. I don't want them to come back to MSG. It would be great if they do and they win it at home. But the way that it's going, I didn't see any energy from the players on Tuesday, and I was very disappointed. When they play away, I think that they thrive on that hostile environment.
Sure. Sure. Thanks for the call, Katie. And just kind of painting the picture for us that weren't there. But we know that, right? The fans always bring the energy. But you got to give them something for them really to give you the, the past players of the Knicks believe in Brunson, believe in Cat, believe in the coach, believe in Josh Hart. They want to see it. But the thing about the Garden, I always say the air in there is different. And when it starts to get uneasy and it starts to get to those tense moments, you hear those fans, and the sighs and and you feel that too. These guys going back to Detroit where they chanted F you Brunson, where their fans are chirping and chatting and they can hear them and they're talking trash. Quiet them down tonight. End their season tonight. Your season doesn't end tonight. The pressure is on them. Charles in Deal, New Jersey on the Fan in New York. Hello, Charles.
Pete, what's happening, man?
Just ready for this game because I don't know. I feel like once we get into the game and we see what's going on here, we'll know pretty quickly who is who and what is what. I just don't think the tide has turned so fast, right? From 3-1, Knicks looking like, hey, they're about to close them out to like now all of a sudden it's in the favor of Detroit to win the next two games.
I feel you, man. I think you brought up something great before. You were talking about, hey, if Brunson, who's the king, we love Brunson. He's, the most clutch player in the league for a reason. If him or Towns are having an off night, great teams. There's a bunch of other talented players in this team. They got to pick. It can't just be Jalen every night. It's got to be other guys. Like you saw in Game 5. Like he's gonna have a down game every once in a while. Maybe he's even playing with a little bit of that ankle injury right now. Mikal Bridges needs to step up and pick him up because that's what sports is. It's a team sport. This isn't golf. This isn't tennis. This isn't any of those things. It's a team sport, especially basketball, that everyone has to be on the same page. If your superstar who does everything, leads it all on the court every night, isn't having his best night out there, you got to pick him up. That's how you win.
Yeah, great point, Charles. Like in that last game, Brunson didn't have his first field goal until late in the first half. Okay, if he doesn't have it going, pick him up. Feed the hot hand. That's why I said, can Mikal Bridges hit some shots early? Can OG get into his offensive bag that we saw when Brunson was out? Can Cat just come out and do it right away? You can't wait. You can't wait till the game gets tight. You can't wait till the fourth quarter. They never win the third quarter. They've been outplayed in almost every single quarter. They have to assert themselves early. And as we talk about the Garden and how the Garden fans are, which is different in the Garden, right? You got Celebrity Row. You've got the highest priced tickets in the league. You've got diehard Knicks fans that went through a lot of pain and suffering. And now this team is, perennial contenders. They're in the playoffs every year and you're ready for them to take the next step. Don't worry about the next step. Don't worry about the second round in the Celtics. Tonight, in that building, you can take the crowd out of it. It's a school night. It's a work night. It's a Thursday, yeah. But if the Knicks go in there and they take a lead and they're talking trash and they're looking like they mean business about closing them out, your thoughts become things. They'll start to feel it in there. That's the way to do it. It has to happen tonight. I'm telling you, if they lose this game tonight and come back to the Garden, all bets are off in a Game 7. Everybody loves Game 7. Nah, I've been there. I physically went to that game, second round, Bucks versus Nets, feeling good. KD almost willed us to victory, but it's a little thing, a game of inches, a toe on the line. And there's a video of me in there not celebrating when KD hit that 2 because I knew it was a 2 and I knew it wasn't a 3. And I'm like, man, this is what it's like to be a Nets fan. They're not going to win this game. They're about to get eliminated. All this hype of the big 3, all of this hype of KD, Kyrie, and Harden. Harden had the hamstring, and Kyrie had the ankle because Giannis didn't give him any space to land after he came down. Giannis is a dirty player. Giannis is a bull in a china shop. That's another thing is people are starting to talk about Giannis because he's walking around the city. I'm not worried about that. I don't want him in Brooklyn. And Knicks fans, you're probably not going to have enough to get him. John is in Huntington on the Fan. Hello, John.
He stole my thunder right there.
I was sharing the thunder. That's a pass. That's an assist.
You think so? I don't know. If they lose this series or they eventually lose to the Celtics, I don't know. I would like to see Giannis maybe get paired up with Brunson in here.
Okay, so who are you giving up to get Giannis here? What is Milwaukee gonna get back?
He gave up so much for Bridges. That's the problem.
All your picks. Yep.
Yeah, how'd that happen? I was 5, and then
I remember in the preseason game, Dante DiVincenzo was barking at Jalen Brunson's dad, and he said something along the lines of like, "This is what happens when they let you run the team." And it's like I think they started making all these little moves from when they got Josh Hart, till they signed Dante DiVincenzo. Then they get Mikal Bridges, and
go the second they put their team back together.
because you got to give to get. That's why I'm asking you, what are you going to give up to get Giannis?
That was the right move then either.
Yeah, but you have to. Like, they weren't just taking Julius Randle straight up.
No, I know. And DiVincenzo had a great year that year too. He was on fire.
Yeah, you'll miss him. Thanks for the call, John. He's been great with the Wolves. I was talking the last 2 nights about how Ant-Man is in the press conference rubbing his shoulder like, this is my guy right here. They don't plan on sending him back to New York. And DiVincenzo is a coach on the court. Anthony Edwards says he tells me what the defense is doing. Sometimes I'm just going and I don't know. And yeah, sometimes like you saw last night, Ant-Man might not have it. But DiVincenzo will be like, hey, this is how they're trying to attack us. This is what you should do. DiVincenzo is also a dog, like an actual dog. But you know what, dog? These dudes damage their team. Every time you change your team, every time you make a trade, every time you change the configuration of your team, it's hard to become better. It's hard to be like what they were last year. We never got to see January of last year when it was Julius Randle, once they got OG Anunoby, and you had DiVincenzo, right? That team that beat everybody in the NBA. It was like, wow, let's see what they become. February, Randle gets hurt. I knew they didn't really have enough, but they had iHeart. Just the way that the game goes, you couldn't pay him more than OKC could pay him. So what'd you have to do? It's chess. It's chess. Every move that you make changes the board. And that's what I said, dog. These dudes damage their team. This is it right here. For this year, this is it right here. You cannot lose to the Pistons, or then they're really going to damage the team. You might lose the coach. You might have to move OG. I don't know if they move Mikal. Mikal is friends with Josh Hart and Jalen Brunson. They go back to school. I don't know if they move him. They gave up the 5 picks to get him because he was the last Dragon Ball. He completed the set. And then when they couldn't bring back iHeart and Mitch was hurt and you needed a big, they had been working on the Karl-Anthony Towns trade for so long they punched it. Okay, I guess we'll throw in DiVincenzo. That changes the complexion of the team, the locker room, the chemistry, and their on-court presence. iHeart and DiVincenzo, you could tell those were guys that were underdogs and they were actual dogs. Like they were ready to go at anybody. They were tough. They were gritty. And what they did on the court with the rest of the team, you could count on DiVincenzo to shoot the ball, to score some nights. You could count on iHeart to rebound, to block, and assist, make a couple good passes. Mitchell Robinson is not like that. You know what I'm saying? Coming off the bench, you don't have that. If DiVincenzo was coming off the bench for this team, it would look a lot different than Cam Payne, who did get hot in game 1, but we haven't seen that since. Miles McBride, Deuce McBride, like he hasn't played a factor in this series. The stars are the ones that got to get it done. You have 2 all-star starters. It's on Brunson. It's on Cat. And if early they don't look like they have it, OG's got to step up. Mikal's got to step up. It's now. It's tonight. It's tonight. It's not. There is no tomorrow. There is no, we'll get them back in the Garden. The fans are going to will them to victory and we'll be in. No. That gets scary. That's do or die. The Knicks are not facing elimination tonight. The Detroit Pistons are. Their fans are going to be on edge thinking, hey, this might be the last game I see in my home arena for months. 888-808-1019 as we get ready to watch the New York Knicks in Game 6. I've been saying Knicks in 6 the whole time. Like I said, just giving some respect to the Pistons because they do have one of the best young players in the game. They did completely change their fortunes this year compared to last year. But the Knicks are here every year. And the Knicks have guys with playoff experience and a coach with a lot of experience. You have to get it done tonight. Don't let it go to Game 7, where if that happens, that's a disaster and heads will roll. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about the Mets as well. So plenty to do tonight. It's a 5-hour KM to AM, but we start with the Knicks because the Knicks are about to play. If you're on hold, stay on hold. I'll get to you. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. All right, let's get into it, man. Oh. Whew. Okay. Now we're set up correctly. Knicks game is on the TV. Let's see what you guys are talking about in the chat. Thanks for watching. Thanks for pulling up. Rose, always a pleasure. Appreciate the support. Pam, thank you. Appreciate it as well. Thank you. What up, bro? Knicks in 6. Yanks back in town this weekend. Yes, sir. I'll see you out there tomorrow. Kevin, what's good, bro? Another night. Cam to AM on the Fan. Soto has played for 4 teams, 2 leagues, 2 World Series, 1 World Series ring, and been in 43 postseason games, and they ask him about pressure. Oh, yeah. I would say cue up some of the like Soto and Mendoza stuff for when we come back here, because I'm going to take the Knicks calls, but I'm going to slowly start to transition out of it once the game starts. Anything about the bullpen or Kodai Senga? Okay. Yeah, I also have a clip where I guess Senga was sick, and there's something going on around in the clubhouse. He said Senga felt a lot better after getting an IV treatment before his bullpen a couple days ago. Yeah. All right, we'll get to him. So it's Reed Garrett, it's Kodai Senga, it's Juan Soto. All right, cool. That pressure clip is starting to get a lot of attention, and Luis in my chat was just listing like Soto has played for 4 different teams, been in both leagues, 2 World Series, got a ring, been in 43 postseason games, and they're asking him about pressure May 1st. Yeah, it's just like I'm sure it's getting on his nerves a bit. Baseball to him is a lot different to us. It's something he does every day, and he's naturally good at it. And he also understands it that like you're not always going to be what your contract says you are. So he homered twice today, and you're asking him today about the pressure he's felt. Like, no, I just showed you. Like, I'm not under any pressure. I'm good. I think Stroman's B day is tomorrow. They need to leave Jalen alone. He's trying to win games. He's got to win tonight. Giving up 5 picks for Bridges was way too much to give up. Yeah, but they felt like they had to. That is the thing. They felt like they had to, and I love it. I feel like the Nets fleeced them. I love it. These allergies are killing me, bro. The champ is here. All right, let's do it, man. I see the people outside at the Knicks watch party. You know, the Knicks have one of the greatest fan bases in the world. But I'll tell you this, slow your roll just a little bit. Tonight is the night they got to get it done. And if they don't tonight, and even if it like goes 7 and we don't know what's going to happen, you're going to get trolled. You're going to get trolled because there are Knicks fans, these young Knicks fans, these bing bongers that they don't go to the game. They just go to 7th Avenue and they want to shoot videos and play Mo Bamba. And they're chanting, "We want Boston. We want Boston." As a Brooklyn Nets fan who was in the Brooklyn Brigade, in the block, the Brooklyn Brigade, Section 1 in Barclays Center, and after, we got out of the play-in a couple years back, I put the camera up and I was the only one to start a "We want Boston" chant. And then Bleacher Report and ESPN and CNN and all these outlets reached out and asked if they could use it. And it went viral. And I got clowned for that. Probably still getting clowned. But I posted it on my Nets page, not on my personal page. Be careful what you wish for. 888-808-1019. Finish your food. You had a 3-1 lead. Don't play around with these guys tonight. Get it done tonight. And if you don't, the skepticism, the talk about the offseason and what's going to happen is only going to get louder. Knicks in 6. Knicks in 6. Jason is in the Bronx on the fan. What's up, Jason?
I have some points about Tibbs, which frankly I'm disappointed in his job this series, to put it lightly. For a couple of reasons, I'll run through them. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. Number one, most of all, being I don't really know why Mitch isn't starting at this point. Like, not to be a stats nerd, but I'm pretty sure he has like the top 2 or 3 plus minus on the team. And even if you're not looking at that, like, just eye test, when Cat and Mitch are on the court at the same time, the team just all around, to me, has looked much better. I just don't think Cat necessarily has like that physicality on the block that Mitch does. He does all the things that Cat does, and obviously Cat's the skilled one. So why, at this point, I don't know why he's not starting. And on top of that, like, Hart to me is a spark plug. He likes to get on transition. He pushes the ball. I want that against the second unit when some guys are tired, they're not getting back on defense. Like, to me, he should be the first guy off the bench because he brings that energy. And for some reason, he won't shoot open threes. So he's kind of not really an offensive threat. So I want him going against the second unit, going against the guys that's been in the game for a while.
Yeah, that's
where he belongs.
They're going with the same starting 5. Their starting 5 is their starting 5. They're going with the same guys they've been going, and that is the coach. The coach plays his starters, and he's not going to deviate from that in the first round against the Pistons. Josh Hart is the heart of the team. He's a glue guy. He does so many different things. He will shoot the 3, but he's not confident shooting it. And the thing about Mitch, I agree with you. I was talking the other night because Mitch is such a liability late in the games where, like, they were feeding him the ball. And obviously, he's not going to hit his free throws. He's never been a good free throw shooter. That, like, if you want to give him some minutes, you are more inclined to give him minutes earlier in the game. But, the coach is hard-headed. Coach's decision. It was a coach's decision. The coach is going to do what he wants to do, and he's not going to deviate. Definitely not in a game 6.
Which is that's kind of been an issue that I've had with this for a while now. Is he never deviates, and kind of understand because look, if we're a 3 seed, and that's for a reason. But when you have a 7-game series, like, you kind of have to, like, you can't just keep doing the same thing over and over when the time is limited. And it's like that's another thing. Like, why Cat and Brunson should be the most dangerous pick and rolls in the NBA, and you never see it. They don't run that. They're not really confident in it. They don't set hard screens. Why? I don't understand. That should be the most difficult pick and roll to guard.
Not yet. It's not what they do. And in this first year together, that's not their identity. And that's another thing. Thanks for the call, Jason. This is year one. This is year one, and you're figuring out some things after Brunson missed some time. You're figuring out things in a series against a young team that it's year one for them, but they're tough and they're athletic and they make things challenging for you. It's simple, man. Cat has to score. Brunson has to score. Both of them have to have over 25 points tonight. They got to make their shots. I'm interested to see how the turnovers go. I'm interested to see how the fouls get called. Don't forget that. The whistle. How these refs officiate this game. Game 4 ended how more fouls because there was so much attention on that last no call, but the whole game in game 4 they were wrestling. It's interesting. This is the human element here with these referees. And as we're getting ready for this game to start now, then the Knicks have to get out of the gate. They cannot sit back thinking that they can do it in the second half. They got to get a lead early and be on the lookout for how clean they're passing the ball, how many steals, turnovers. Like, that's a key in their victories, being able to steal the ball, creating turnovers. And then when they get to the foul line, you got to hit your foul shots. In that last game, I think they missed 11 and they were intentionally trying to miss 1 or 2, but that's the difference in a 3-point game, hitting those free throws. And Mitchell Robinson is not a free throw shooter, but the rest of those guys, you can't fall into I'm tired, I don't got my legs. If you're on the line, you got to knock those shots down. And it's got to be your main scorers. You got 2 main scorers. Those guys got to carry. Those guys got to lead the way. If not, they're going to blame the coach. They're going to blame Leon Rose. And we haven't heard from Leon Rose. Al is in Manhattan on the Fan as we are minutes away from Game 6.
What's up, Keith? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. Ready to watch this game. We kind of got the ride along tonight, the watch along tonight. I'll be in here talking about the Mets soon enough, but like this is an important game. If the Knicks lose this game, I think they lose the series.
So I totally agree. And I have something that might be a little bit drastic, but I want to run it by you.
Okay.
I got 2 new coaching possibilities. One is Jay Wright, the other is Danny Hurley. Bring in the Greek Freak, get the cat, and let's play it out because Tibbs is so soft, bro.
I think Danny Hurley, he flirted with that Lakers job. And now we saw what JJ Redick did in year 1. I think Hurley is planted up there at UConn. I don't think he wants to leave. I think his wife wants to stay. I think he's got a kickstand down up in Stores. And Jay Wright has been at a lot of these games. I remember seeing him at the Heat series 2 years ago. And no matter what happens here, I don't think they fire him. Now, as far as getting rid of Cat and going to get Giannis, I just don't think that the Knicks have enough of a package to put together that the Bucks aren't gonna be like, yeah, let's swap Cat and Giannis. Their fans would revolt. Thanks for the call, Al. I mean, think about it. Giannis won them a chip. Giannis brought a championship back and dominated through that entire run. I think they know that the Bucks are cooked. They're done. I think out there in Wisconsin, they're ready. They know it's inevitable, but you got to get a return. It's just funny though, because the Knicks kind of jumped the gun, I think, because of the hype of last year, right? And the thought that the Pacers only beat them because they were hurt down the stretch and they just didn't have enough. And I remember having conversations on the Fan where people were saying, if only we had a 3-and-D wing like Mikal Bridges in that series, like he would have been the difference. And he's over there in Brooklyn, and Josh Hart is trolling him, and they're writing comments on Instagram, and they're making jokes on Twitter. And then fast forward into the summer, the trade gets done, and you kind of jump the gun. Sean Marks, I don't know how Sean Marks convinced them to make that move. You kind of jump the gun because it's like Mikal Bridges never been an all-star. And now you're seeing he's like a B-level role player. Some nights he's C-level. So to give up 5 first-round picks for that guy, thinking that you were completing the Villanova Wildcat quartet, as I called it, the last Dragon Ball, as many of us have called it. I know Loogie was referring to it. I think Morash earlier is like, the final Infinity Stone, the last Infinity Stone. He's not that. And then even if it was the final Infinity Stone, you lost a stone. So you're not Thanos. Right now, I don't know what they are out here. I don't know what they are right here. The game is about to start. Let me get these Knicks calls in, and we'll start to talk about the Mets in a minute. Ray and Babylon on the fan. What are you thinking?
Steve, thanks for taking my call. Right before the game, the Knicks have to mop it up. MOP. They have to have momentum. They can't give up on the opportunities, and they need to get physical. If they apply the mop, they're going to freaking win this game. They got to make the free throws. That's a gimme. Those are your opportunities. They've got to make the three-pointers, and damn it, under those boards, they got to get physical. I don't want to see Cat all marked up and get his butt kicked like he did the other night. If they follow the MOP, these Knicks are going to win this game, and then let's bring on the Celtics. I'm ready, baby.
Sounds good, Ray. I like that. One more before we get the tip off here. Eli in Bayonne, New Jersey on the fan. Go for it.
How you doing, kid? What's going on?
I'm just excited to see some playoff basketball, and I think it's Knicks in 6 tonight. And if it's not, either way, we're going to have fun watching it and taking calls and talking about it.
Honestly, that would be so sweet for me if the Pistons beat the Knicks, because, like, I really hate the Knicks. But I want to know, what do you think? What do you think the Nets' chances are of landing Giannis?
The Nets can easily put together a package to get Giannis.
So let's say, what percent chance do you think we start the season next year and Giannis is going to get there? What do you think?
I'm losing you a little bit. Are you saying what are the Nets' chances to compete next year if they get Giannis? Maybe they're.
What do you think the chances of Giannis being a Brooklyn Net starting next season?
Starting next season, it's 50-50. Thanks for the call, Eli. We'll talk about it. Like, it's no coincidence that Giannis is walking around. I don't know exactly where he was. He was by a CVS and a Tacos #1. So he could be anywhere in Midtown. And the Knicks come out with the right energy. Jalen Brunson bucket, turnover, Mikal Bridges bucket. And now I'm locked into this game. I don't really care to talk about Giannis. I don't want him, honestly. I was in there when the Brooklyn Nets put the shot clock on his free throws and the fans were counting down his free throws. It was taking him 14 seconds to shoot a free throw. I also think he's a clown, bro. He's mad goofy. Like, remember when he was in Philly and after the game he wanted to shoot free throws? He wanted to work on his free throws. He's still been working on it, forever working on it. And one of the workers that was responsible for, like, bringing the hoop down or whatever came out there with a ladder. And he got mad at the guy. And it's like, yo, it's time to go, buddy. This isn't your home floor. This isn't the Pfizer Forum. Who are you? Go. If you want to work on your free throws, you should have did that already. Get on the plane, go home, or go wherever you're going to go. I don't know. Leave the arena, go to a local high school and shoot. But this isn't your home floor. You don't get to tell us, like, I got a job to do, and I'm trying to go home. So, like, little things like that. And then Giannis, remember, he wanted the game ball. I forget what he scored, 60 points or something like that against the Pacers. There's been beef with the Pacers. Now Tyrese Halliburton's dad's not even going to the games. Damn, Pops can't even go watch his son get swept by the Cavs. They might get a game. Might get a game. But yeah, there's so many things with Giannis. He's corny, bro. Winner, chicken dinner. Remember we said that at the All-Star game, and Bam Adebayo was just looking at him like, yo, you're a loser, nerd. Like, I don't want Giannis here. I do not want Giannis on the Brooklyn Nets. And yeah, he's walking around with his wife and his baby, and they're just casually walking New York like he's not 7 foot, like he's not Giannis Antetokounmpo, like he's not world famous, like people don't know who he is, people aren't filming him. And he knew what he was doing. He knew that was going to make the rounds as the Knicks play tonight, as the Nets are eliminated. But the Nets have all the picks. They have young players. They could send Cam Johnson over there. They could send Cam Thomas over there. This is not what I want. I already said I don't want Giannis. I'm good. I do not want Giannis on the Brooklyn Nets. I want the Nets to build it correctly. No more shortcuts. No more flashy superstar players in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Build it the right way. Develop your young players. Draft and develop. That's what I was talking about with this Knicks team. And I'm not knocking them, but it's obvious, right? Just with this starting five, You didn't draft any of these guys. These guys were all acquired via free agency or trade. The game is set up a certain way. The Pistons drafted Cade Cunningham. They don't have Jaden Ivey on the floor, but they drafted him. Isaiah Stewart, Thompson, Jalen Duren. They have guys that are playing minutes for them that they drafted. And so that bodes well for them in the future. The East, that's another thing too with the Knicks, bro. If they tweak this team again, the East is not getting weaker. The East is only going to get stronger. The Pistons are here now. And like just a couple moves, we'll see what happens. The Miami Heat aren't going to stay down forever. Orlando got bounced, but they'll hang around. Look at the Pacers. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They advanced this year. The Cavs are the one team this year that we really didn't think that, right back to the Brooklyn Nets, Kenny Atkinson would be the difference to make them a 1 seed. An actual coach who the Nets had, and they ran out of town because Katie and Kyrie, he didn't play pro. He's more of a developmental coach. Yeah, you should have kept your developmental coach and kept developing. But they tried to get the shortcut. And I understand. Like, in this league, you need superstars. In this league, you need the stars. Not just to win, but, like, to attract fans and other star players. But, I don't know. I'm good on Giannis, honestly. Ray is in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, Ray?
What's up, Keith? How you doing, brother?
I'm all right. The Knicks are coming out with the right energy. They're hitting shots. Let me pull this box score up, too. It's 9-6 Knicks right now.
They got to have more energy than they played with in that last game, because if they don't get done, it's how, I think, Evan, and listening to Evan and Kiki and Tommy yesterday, like they said, this coach is going to be, he's on borrowed time, because if they fall tonight, he might just be done.
He's not going to be able to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to be able to quiet the noise. This is New York. Heads have rolled for less. Heads have gotten to, like, the Yankees had a guy get to the World Series, win it, and then get to Game 7 of the ALCS and fired him. So, like, there's so many examples of coaches having success, but it not being enough. This coach bringing them to the second round year after year after year after year, it's not enough. The noise will get too loud, and Brunson, sticking his neck out for him won't be enough to save him.
Exactly. But like you said, he's not utilizing his bench. He's not utilizing, you're not building the young players. As far as what that guy said about the Nets getting Giannis, I don't think it's 50-50. It's more like a 60-40.
60-40 in favor of not.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you there too. If I'm doing the math, it's 75% no. I don't want him. No. And how old is Giannis? 31?
Basically.
Yeah, his next season, I think he's 31. Yeah, he'll be 31 next season. I'm good on him. And I don't like his style. I don't like his style of play. I don't like his personality. I'm good. I'd rather see them continue. Let's see how this draft goes. I'd rather see that, even if they're bums for another couple years, like, wait on it. Those picks that they got from Mikal Bridges, we don't know what the Knicks are going to be, but I don't know how many Knicks fans told me those kids are in middle school, high school right now. Okay. And that the Knicks are going to be good for the X amount of years, where those picks are not going to be lottery picks. They're going to be 20-something. Okay.
Yeah, but the Knicks definitely got to do better tonight. They can't get Cat in foul trouble early. Harris cannot, just do what they did in that last game, because they got guys got, you get in foul trouble early. You need Cat on the floor. Mitchell Robinson's got to come through. They got us, and their shooting percentage has to step up, because from 3-point, they were terrible the other game, that last one. They got to do better tonight.
So far, so good. And I know it's only the first couple minutes into the game, or 4 minutes into the game. 888-808-1019. The Knicks lead 12-8. 8 minutes left in the first. Right now, Brunson has 4. What did I say? OG Anunoby. How about you do the scoring? That's what they might not be accounting for. That's what they might not be looking at here in a closeout game. OG, we give you the ball. You go to the rack. You make a play. You make a move. You put the ball on the floor. OG's got 5. He's hit a 3. Josh Hart. Let's see. Josh Hart is the only one that hasn't scored. Mikal Bridges has 2. And Karl Anthony Towns has 1. So let's see how this goes. Knicks fans, I'm still taking your calls. And, I jokingly call the Knicks the winter Mets because they're blue and orange. We are certainly going to get into the conversation that the Mets fans are having right now. Because last night I took at least 8 calls on Juan Soto. And what's wrong with Soto? Why is he pressing? What's wrong with Soto? Does he not like it here? What's wrong with Soto? He's not the same. What's wrong with Soto? Nothing was wrong with Soto. How many times did I tell you there's going to be games where he hits 2 home runs? What I told you is there's going to be games where he hits 2 home runs and wins you the game. That didn't exactly play out today. But in a rubber match, right, in an early game, he was ready to go. The rest of the team wasn't. Not enough hits, not enough guys on base. So Juan Soto is still Juan Soto. We'll get into that conversation in a minute because it's like the Met fan, who you mad at, right? You had nothing to be mad at because of how much winning was done at home, having the best record in baseball, but you had to be mad at Juan Soto because of his price tag and not getting the return on investment. Then he shows up today, and now the winning streak is over. You lose back-to-back. You lose the series, and they're looking at this guy like, all right, well, finally your first homer in Citi Field, finally your first 2-homer game as a Met, but it comes in defeat. So that's baseball, Susan. Not Susan's brand of baseball, but that's baseball, Susan. Let's go to Springfield and talk to Josh next. What are you thinking about, Josh?
What's up, Keith? How we doing tonight?
Good, locked in. Got the Knicks. Gonna have this Mets convo.
I know we're talking a little bit about Tibbs, and I feel like it's got to be said he's made some questionable decisions throughout the series so far. And I like what you said about Kenny Atkinson. I also thought he was a great coach for the Nets. They ran him out of town. It was shock. When that happened, I like that he's doing well, Kenny. If the Knicks decide to move on from Tibbs, is there anyone you like that you think would do a better job? Because I feel like Tibbs has got the locker room. Jalen, like you said before, Jalen sticks his neck out for him. But it's hard to win a locker room. I feel the guys respect him. But if the Knicks decide to move on, is there a coach out there or even assistant coach that you think is ready to?
They're gonna point to an offensive-minded coach, and I don't know exactly who that's supposed to be. Usually we don't know, and then it pops up, and it's like, oh, this guy's available, and this guy's a great offensive mind, and now this is the guy that should be able to get the most out of these players, like Brunson, like Cat, like Bridges, like to get their, the most out of them offensively. Look, Bridges being aggressive, putting the ball on the floor, going to the hoop. With Kenny Atkinson, all he did was get better. I think he was with the Warriors, with the Clippers, and he was a bench coach. He was working with Steve Kerr, and all he did was get better. Clearly, look what he's turned the Cavaliers into. And the Nets pushed him aside. And you know what I used to love about Kenny? Man, he fought for his players. He fought them refs. He fought the other. He had this tenacity about him. He made something out of nothing with that team that he had in 2019. And the analogy I used to make was he had to drive the hoopty. When they actually got the luxury sedan, they took the keys away from him and said, thanks for driving us around in the hoopty. We upgraded. We're going to give the keys to freaking Steve Nash.
I agree with you. I love Kenny Atkinson. He's still a great coach, and he's proven the haters wrong. So I'm glad he's getting success. It's well deserved.
Yeah, and it takes time. Thanks for the call, Josh. Another guy that is having success that almost was the Nets coach, Ime Udoka. But Ime Udoka, he had a little bit of a scandal, and the Nets couldn't have the Kyrie nonsense that he did on top of the Ime Udoka scandal. They end up going Jacques Vaughn. They default into Jacques Vaughn. The Nets have a good coach now. But as far as who the Knicks get as their next coach, last night I was saying I don't even think it's so much that they're going to get another coach. The noise is going to be hella loud. The fire Tibbs. But right now they're up 20-9. Good. They've come out with the right energy. I said get a lead. They have the lead. They are playing with the energy that no, you're going home tonight, and you're already home. We're going to send you packing in the fourth quarter. Your fans are going to be turning their backs on the court and walking out. But what I was saying last night is they've changed this team every offseason. Get ready for another change to the roster. Yeah, they're doing it. They're doing exactly what I thought. OG Anunoby hits another 3. You have options of other guys that can score. Everybody and their mother knows that it's Brunson and Cat that are supposed to do all the scoring. But let them close. Let them do that at the end of the game. Let them be the ones taking the shots at the end of the game because, they're the ones that you expect to put the ball in the hoop most efficiently. But early in the game, try something that they're not thinking about. It's a series. It's the 6th time you've played each other. again, look at this. Like, it's just I'm starting to see that they're attacking differently here. Instead of it being Brunson, ISO, dribble, or Cat trying to bully his way underneath, or Cat shooting a three, I'm seeing OG and Mikal Bridges both put the ball on the floor and attack the rim. And it seems like it's caught them off guard a little bit. And then when you start attacking the rim and guys start to sink, then look at this. OG Anunoby open again. He missed the three, but he's getting looks. 888-808-1019. Steve is in Rockland back on the Fan. Hello again, Steve.
You are not wrong about mixing it up, man. You are not wrong about that. But just a quick point, about coaching and energy. Look, in that game 5, Towns and Jalen Brunson shot 9 for 30 from the floor. Now, that's 30%.
That's the game. Exactly.
And 12, and that's terrible. 12 for 30 would have been 40%, and that's bad, but that would have got you the win. Okay? So I guess what my point is, if those guys are going to shoot 30%, all right, the path to victory is, hard to find.
They're balling right now. They're shooting damn near 65%, 64.7% so far. Brunson had a layup. Next possession comes down, pulls up for 3. They're up 28-15, and that arena is not moving. These people are in their seats. They are not up. They look stunned right now.
And you know what? Now they got to make it like 40-20.
You can take their hearts in the first half, where you lose the third quarter every game. They won't have it in the third quarter if you can actually just punch them in the face in the first half. They're on their way to doing it. 888-808-1019. When we come back, I'll start the sprinkling conversation around the Mets bullpen. There was a virus going on in the Mets clubhouse. Kodai Senga had it. He got an IV. He went out there and pitched today. The baseball is baseballing. It's not April anymore. It is May. So the same things that happen to every team are going to happen even to the Make It Happen Mets. Danny Young gets hurt. AJ Minter gets hurt. You're seeing random guys that you've never heard of come out of the pitching lab and be successful for the Mets. But you can lose games too. Even when Juan Soto looks like Juan Soto. We'll talk about it. 1 hour down, 4 hours to go. KM to AM returns right after this. All right, we're cooking now. Hello, chat. Give me 1 second to scroll back and get right with you. My name is Keith McPherson. I'm the nighttime host here at WFAN, not SNY. That's SNY, WFAN. We're live on air in the greatest city in the world. This is streaming on the free Odyssey app and broadcasting on the airwaves. This signal can reach as far north as Maine and even as far south as Maryland. So there are people listening all through the East Coast. Thank you for watching my simulcast video of me at work in here. This is a 5-hour show. I'll be on until midnight. You can interact in the chat. You can talk amongst yourselves. But if you say something that's good in this chat that I want to bring to air, I'll credit you. And you can literally be a part of the show that way. And a lot of you are repeat watchers and chatters. And I appreciate you guys that have been now kicking it with me every single night in here. The YouTube channel is building. The Twitter is building. The Twitch is... It's not building. It's more like a little hut, like a little shack. But one day. So let's see what you're talking about in the chat. Chris, thanks for the $2. You're actually the first person to give me any money on my birthday. Whatever happened to that, man? What happened to people giving you birthday money? I'm about to put that on my Instagram story, bro. Whatever happened to that? Whatever happened to people? Whatever happened to people giving you birthday money, man? KM to AM, the 5-hour variety, live from the Fan in New York. I was just saying here, yo, happy birthday, Keith. This is the first person to give me $2 on my birthday. What happened to giving somebody birthday money? Pull up and put some money in the chat. Watch, now I might get $4.
is the Knicks and the Pistons.
So far, so good. Mitch in the game now.
I wasn't sure if you were doing your chat.
Yeah, I am. But I can mute them. Okay, quickly here before Act does the update and we come back. We got 2 minutes. Nets fleece us for Bridges. Better drop 50 points or not. They don't need Bridges to drop 50 points. They need him to hit open shots when he gets open looks. So far, so good. He's gotten to the rack a couple times. But yeah, you did get fleeced. That's too many picks for him. Foul? Oh, Schroeder. Schroeder's hurt.
Schroeder, did he pop his Achilles?
That's not looking like that. Might be an ankle or Achilles. That's not looking good though. Let's see. Mitch grabbed 3 of those passes handed to him. Knicks would have won by 8. That's an ankle. Yeah. Dennis Schroeder ankle. I hope the Knicks win this next game. We need this. They have to win tonight. Damn, grinding on your birthday. You are going hard, bro. Great things coming. Yeah, I'm not taking off on my birthday. I'm a grown man, dog. Like, I woke up today with 4 hours of sleep, took my son to the doctor, watched my son this morning, changed diapers, put him down to a nap, took a nap myself, went to the gym, cleaned my house, did laundry, took the train in, doing my show. As you get older, especially as a father and as like a grown man, like my wife got me some stuff last night when I came in the house at 2:30 in the morning, which was nice of her. But all I got is a bunch of texts. As you get older, you realize like your birthday is, and people just saying happy birthday via text. There are no gifts. And if you take off, what are you taking off for? Go to work. I don't know. I'm not on that. I'm here to work because you know what? What I don't want is people calling the station and being like happy birthday every call. But you guys can do it in the chat. That's perfectly fine. Too many happy birthday calls on the radio ruin the show. I've heard C-Mac make that mistake before. And I'm like, everyone, happy birthday. It's like, oh, every caller's got to say happy birthday now. You can't go to Game 7, Keith. If I physically wanted to go, you're saying? No, I'm saying the Knicks can't go to Game 7. Close it tonight, and it looks like they're on their way. But basketball is a game of runs. You can't win it in the first quarter. It's a great start, but these guys are going to fight for their lives. It's their season on the line. They've had a special season, so Dennis Schroeder, he was faking, huh? Because he's fine now. Knicks don't start the game with a 15-year-old run, then there's nothing to see. Well, it wasn't a 15-0 run, but if I go look at this box score right now, they had a 13-point lead. Close enough. Cam in the PM, Cam to AM, you already know. Those are great seats.
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Brett Jackerman. Knicks trying once again to finish off the Pistons and off to a very good start, leading by 9 with a minute left in the first quarter, 32-23. Jalen Brunson showing no ill effects of that ankle injury from the other night, as he is off to a fantastic start with 15 on 7 of 9 from the field. He only had 4 field goals in Game 5. He also has 3 assists. The Knicks 13 of 22 from the field so far tonight, and have been off to a very, very good start. The only downside, Josh Hart picked up his second foul about a minute ago, so he is now on the bench with 2 fouls. March and April were great for the Mets, but May got off to an unfortunate start with a 4-2 loss to the Diamondbacks. There was, however, a bright spot. Juan Soto hit his first homers at Citi Field as a Met, going deep twice. The second one made it a 3-2 game in the 8th. Pete Alonso walked, and then Jesse Winker doubled to give the Mets runners in second and third with 1 out, but they failed to get the tying run home. The Yankees are off today. They transferred Giancarlo Stanton to the 60-day IL. The Rangers reportedly close to finalizing a deal to make Mike Sullivan their new head coach just days after he left the Penguins, and Joe Micheletti joins partner Sam Rosen in going into retirement, ending a 19-year run as Rangers analyst after serving in the same role for the Islanders. Best of luck, Joe. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Ecker.
Chris, I just DM'd you back. New York is looking like it's supposed to look out there in Detroit. The Knicks are handling business in Motown. 888-808-1019. Keep McPherson on the fan. We are watching and riding along with the game. We're about to start talking about the Mets in a little bit. And, I mean, so far, so good. The Knicks' largest lead of the night, 14 points here. They're up 37-23. And they got that snarl on their face. They got that look on their face like, yeah, it was good. They got to close them out. They got to close them out. You can't win the game in the first quarter, but they came out of the gate with the energy that they don't plan on going back home to play another game against this team. So, tonight's the night. 888-808-1019 if you want to chime in. I do want to hear from some Mets fans. Who you mad at now? Juan Soto? Or, like, how do you feel, right? You got to see 2 Juan Soto homers in a loss. The baseball is baseballing. 2 meaningless home runs from Juan Soto, but at least he's unlocked. Maybe he was just waiting for May. Maybe he's going to carry you through this whole month. Or are you mad at, I don't know, Brandon Nimmo or Jesse Winker? Or, I don't know. We'll talk about it. The bullpen, Carlos Mendoza's decisions with the bullpen. We're just mad that, like, viruses and things go around. Allergies, norovirus, stomach virus. I don't know. The guys get sick. These players are not immune to that stuff. They're human too. But yeah, Brandon Nimmo 0 for 4 today. Lindor 0 for 4 today. Vientos 0 for 4 today. Tyrone Taylor 0 for 4 today. Not good enough. Not good enough if you ask me. 3 hits outside of Juan Soto's 2 hits that were home runs. Not good enough for the Make It Happen Mets in a rubber game on their soil, trying to beat the Diamondbacks, who, shout out to the Diamondbacks at 17-14. Let's take a look at the standings. At 17-14, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 4th place in their division. They play in the best division in baseball, the NL West. They might put 3 wild cards in the dance if they keep it up. I respect the Arizona Diamondbacks because I watched them come to New York the first time and beat the Yankees with Zach Gallen, with Corbin Burns. Not Merrill Kelly. But anyway, Corbin Burns did what he had to do. Zach Gallen did what he had to do. And the same thing happened with the Mets. You lost with those 2 guys on the mound with the Arizona Diamondbacks. They have a good manager. They have enough good hitters. And they're scrappy. They come back late in games. They fight. They claw, scratch. They never say die. And at 17-14, they are in 4th place. 17-14 would have them in 2nd place in the NL Central. 17-14 would have them right next to the Phillies for 2nd place in the East. They'd be right under them in 3rd. 17-14 would have them in 2nd place in the AL West. 17-14 would have them in 2nd place in the AL Central. So, or 3rd place in the AL Central. And they would be in 2nd place in the AL East. What I'm saying is, they're a good team. Don't be so mad or disappointed that you lost the series. I know it's nice to win every single game at home. They won 8 in a row. They lost 1, lost 2. And I think it's good to get that out of the way. especially because now you go on the road. Let's see what they do on the road against the Cardinals. You already swept the Cardinals. You can sweep them in their building, but then you got to face the Diamondbacks again in their place. So it's about to get a little interesting for the amazing Mets, who have come out the gate as the quote-unquote best team in baseball and having all facets of the game be amazing. They've been able to hit enough, even with Juan Soto not hitting. Pete Alonso's had an MVP start. Lindor has not had a cold April. April's done. Guys like Tyrone Taylor have come through. Mark Vientos figured it out. And you've even got contributions out of guys like Luis Angel Acuna and Jesse Winker and Starlin Marte. Nimmo had a 9 RBI game the other day. But it's about to get interesting. Now they're about to really be tested because this stretch of going on the road facing the Cardinals, but really going on the road facing the Diamondbacks, it's next week. Cinco de Mayo week, 3 at Chase Field against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and then you travel home and you face the Cubs. And if you're not paying attention, the Cubs are really good. I just happened to be watching MLB Big Inning today, and they're facing Paul Skeens. And I read online that Paul Skeens over 6.5 strikeouts was the most bet baseball prop of the day, as if Paul Skeens was going to dominate the Cubs. In the 5th inning, I saw Dansby Swanson homer, I saw Kyle Tucker homer, and Seiya Suzuki homer. And then Seiya Suzuki homered again later in the game once they got Paul Skeens out of there. The Cubs are really good. I saw a graph that had the teams in baseball that have played the most teams under 500 and their success rate. The Cubs have the best record, and they've played all good competition, teams, better than 500 for the most part. And then on the other side, it was the Mets, who, like, the Mets have benefited from playing a lot of the, lesser teams so far. So 888-808-1119, as we start to open the conversation on the Mets, I will play some clips from Carlos Mendoza. We will hear from Juan Soto. We'll talk about Kodai Senga battling through sickness to be on the mound. And yeah, we'll get into the conversation around the bullpen and just what you expect to see here as we get into May now. Now we hit Cinco de Mayo, where somebody said to me, hey, Keith, when should we start worrying about Juan Soto? I said, if he still hasn't hit the home runs and looked the part, driving in runs by Cinco de Mayo, today helps. Today certainly helps. And we all know, as baseball fans, Memorial Day weekend is where you really start to put that first checkpoint down of the season to say, okay, here we are. And okay, here we are, another 3, bang. The Knicks are up 40-26 with about 10.5 minutes left in the second quarter, controlling what they can control. They got to look about them like, okay, we are going to finish our food here. We came all the way back to Detroit. We didn't play how we were supposed to play in our building. We like playing in your building. We like being the road team, the visitors, the enemy. We like this kind of party. So far, so good. If you're watching the Knicks game, call me up. Tell me what you think. And if you're a Mets fan and want to chime in on what you've seen out of Citi Field and the Mets today in this series, we can do that as well. Gary and Waterbury, my guy, you're back on the Fan.
Yo, shouts to Nasir Jones, New York State of Mind on the rejoin. Shouts to Connor for taking the call. And Mr. Cavalier, you won't be around next year. My rap's too severe, kicking mad flavor in your ear.
Bump, 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 bump.
Yo, even if the Knicks win the series, what percent chance do you actually give them to beat the Celtics?
0. 0.
They ain't winning that. I'm not a Knicks fan,
What percent chance do I have them to not get swept? I think I'll give them if the Magic could get a game off of them, I'll give them a 50% chance to get a game.
They ain't winning that series, no chance. And Foo Philly, Foo Soto still, Foo them guys. And are you willing to keep Weaver the closer for as long as we could ride it out? I'm willing to let him ride it out for a long time.
Hey, yo, Gary, timeout, pause. First off, we haven't gotten there to the Devin Williams conversation, the Luke Weaver conversation. I'll say this. It was broke. They fixed it. I don't need to fix it again. You know what I'm saying? Why can't Devin Williams be the setup guy? I had a quote that WFAN put out on our social media, like a quote card or something about, maybe it was I think it was a Ryan article special. But what I was saying is, going into this homestand and now it's warm. right? Now we've got back-to-back series at home. Yankee Stadium, especially because, Mets fans were talking about how great their attendance was and how they win all these games. Like, these games are about to be packed at Yankee Stadium. I'll see you there tomorrow for Jazz Chisholm jersey night. I already know. I'm like, I gotta call in some favors or something. I'm not trying to sit in a line, bro. I've done it before. I'm not trying to sit in a line, bro. I'm not trying to be in line at 4:30 in the afternoon. Sit in a line for an hour to get the jersey, and then you go in the stadium. I'm not rich like some of y'all. I can't exist in the stadium for that long because I'm not buying all that stuff in there. I'm not buying food. I'm not buying drinks. I'm not doing it. So tomorrow we'll be there. But as far as Devin Williams is concerned, please do not boo this man in the setup role. Please do not heckle this guy. I was so disappointed last Friday because last Friday it was warm. Last Friday we had the vibes for the hockey jersey night. And I saw all of my old pals and friends at 161st and River. And it was feeling like the first real Friday night in the Boogie Down Bronx. We were up 2-1. I wanted to win that game. And fans start chanting, "We want Weaver" after the first two batters. And I end up leaving. As soon as I saw Jimenez and Springer on their giddy up going home, I'm like, I'm going home. We're not winning this game. And no, you can't blame the fans for it. I'm not blaming the fans, but I'm begging y'all, do not go there and make it harder for Devin Williams, who is like this soft-spoken dude that is clearly in over his head as a New York Yankee. We eat our own, and it is not cool, man. It is not cool to like go there and be like, I chanted "We want Weaver," and they put Weaver back as a closer. Like, bro, we get it. Like, at least we have Weaver. Leave it to Weaver. And so now, how are you're asking me, do I want Devin Williams back as the closer? I think he will go back to being the closer because that's what the Yankees acquired him for. But I don't need him back in that role, no. I need Jonathan Loáisiga to return this month. He is. Fernando Cruz throwing that splitter, all-time great New Jersey Jackal. I need to have a back of our bullpen with Fernando Cruz, Jonathan Loáisiga, Devin Williams, and Luke Weaver. Close the door. Good night. Good night. Especially with this shaky rotation. Good. Like if this bullpen can be strong, then I don't need Will Warren or Carlos Carrasco to go but 3-4 innings. But we'll get to the Yankee conversation in a minute. JB Bickerstaff is at half court yelling at somebody or something. And since I got into the baseball, I'm not locked in on the basketball. But they're taking a timeout. Oh, it was a technical foul on JB Bickerstaff. He's doing the most, bro. I'm getting tired of looking at his face. He's been crying the whole series, walking out to half court. What is this about? Oh, he's getting okay. He's getting at the ref, but like about what? I missed that. Somebody will tell me either on the live chat or on Twitter. 888-808-1019. But I did plant some seeds about the Mets losing the series to the Arizona Diamondbacks. The home win streak ending at 8, and then back-to-back losses. But fret not. That's just the baseball being baseball. And, of course, you lose the series, and you also lose the best record in baseball, and you get Juan Soto back with a 2-homer game, the first in a Met uniform. And reminder, he'll be here for 15 years. Okay, so now Mets are on the table, Yankees are on the table, and, of course, we're talking Knicks. Coming up, we have our first guest of the night, so that's good. John Harper will join us to talk a little bit more about the Yankees and the Mets. So if you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll get to the baseball. Obviously, we're keeping our eye on the basketball. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this. All right, we're bringing in a guest. All right, let me hit this chat real quick. Send your baseball questions in for John Harper joining us in the next 5 minutes. 8 and 18. I don't know what those numbers are in reference to. It's not a baseball record. Is that shooting? Was that the score of the Knicks game? That was the score of the Knicks game. Thanks. Twitch is where it's at, though. Twitch is where it's at. I would love to be a Twitch streamer, but I gotta play video games, and I don't own any. I told y'all we getting money now. Told y'all we getting money out. $5. I thought I was gonna get $4. Now I'm up to $7. Happy birthday to me. Soto will be okay with the Mets. Of course, he's better than okay. He's super rich, and he's 26 years old. He's got a long time to prove he's worth the deal. Coach, you just waking up? Good morning. Good morning. So yeah, John Harper is coming up. Let me go back to the Twitter machine. Cat is soft. Only reason we in this is because Isaiah Seward is in. Mitch should start rebounding. He's better, and we need both to start for keeping it ball. But we gotta win here first. Word. Pistons are making a run. No call there. A lot of contact. Cool. Does he want me to plug anything? Just SNY? Okay. Oh yeah, he's an old school cat. Mm-hmm. Mets Yanks talk coming up with John Harper on WMA. Okay, cool. Oh yeah. We are vibing. We are now going to shift gears a little bit, but Mets fans that are on hold, stay on hold. We're watching the Knicks game, and we started talking a little bit of Yankees. Joining us right now is John Harper. You see him on SNY, and you've heard him on The Fan a few times. John is going to talk Mets and Yankees with us. Welcome in, John. I'm good. Thanks for taking time out of your night to chat with us real quick. You know, we're obviously all locked in on the Knicks game, but this is New York. We have Mets fans and Yankee fans that are in season, and some of us take it more serious than the playoffs. So here we are.
I'm watching on the Knicks too. I'm a Nets guy, but because of Jersey, I'm not Jersey roots, but I'm interested in this Knicks team. They look pretty good so far.
Yeah, I'm a Nets guy as well. Growing up in Jersey, and it was just the Nets and the Devils. Now it's only the Devils, but I mean it's New York, and when the Knicks are good, it's different because there's so many fans that root for the Knicks. I'm rooting for them to beat Detroit tonight. I don't want to see them lose to the Pistons.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get back to that as there's 5 minutes.
You always have to remember the Jason Kidd era.
Of course, that's the era that made me a fan of the Nets. Really.
He was so good, man. They should have been the MVP one year.
Yeah, and then I mean we get Vince Carter, and you think that after they go to back-to-back finals, Vince Carter's going to put them over the top, and then that didn't go that way. But anyway.
That's no cover though over Alonzo Mourning.
Yeah, you can play that one back on YouTube. That's the one you show all the kids about how great VC was, Vinsanity. But talking about adding a guy and putting you over the top. Juan Soto is a Met, and Juan Soto was a guy that last night I was taking calls, and fans were telling me he's uncomfortable, he's pressing, he looks like he doesn't want to be here. What's up with this guy? He doesn't look the same. He's getting pitches to hit. He's not drilling the pitches. But then in a game like today, and what I was saying last night was get him in more situations, get him in more, like it's early, right? Get him to the postseason, get him in more situations like in the 9th inning last night, and he'll show you who he is. He doesn't fold when other players will fold. Today, you got to see vintage Juan Soto, a 2-homer game, which I've also been advertising. I'm a Yankee fan, so I've seen him have 2-homer games that can win you the game. I've seen him hit the winning home run, and I'm like, he's going to have a moment. And it came, but it just didn't happen in a win. What do you think about now the Mets, right? Today, they kind of let Juan Soto down. Juan Soto comes through, but the rest of the guys don't come through, and they end up losing the series. He performed in the rubber match.
Yeah, I mean, you can't lose the game. He had 2 home runs. This doesn't seem right, but I think the Mets. I think they would trade the win for him getting going for the 2 home runs. That's Soto right there. As you said, you watched him. When he's sitting back and taking the ball the other way, the only thing that stood out to me about the body language has been a little weird. Where's the Soto shuffle and all that. But the thing that stood out statistically is he hit the highest ground ball rate of his career by far. And talking to scouts about it, they see the same thing. And their eyes tell him he's just a little anxious, maybe because of the contract. Rolling over on balls out front, a little long balls, hitting on the ground that he would normally stay back on it. Backspin into the air and all that. But today's a great sign for the Mets that he made it look so easy when he's in that groove. So I think maybe this gets him going because when he's right, he's not Judge, but nobody's Judge.
I was about to say no one is Judge, and they're trying to put Judge side by side with Bonds. And every time I see those numbers, I'm like, Bonds was on steroids. Let's not even do that.
Hey man, I got so mad this morning. I'm a big Mark DeRosa fan on MLB Network, and he does great breakdowns and stuff, But he went into a big thing about how Judge is the best he's seen since Bonds. Come on, man, you can't.
Yeah, 2001 Bonds. I saw a little bit of that on the internet.
Yeah, Bonds was so roided up. I was there. I saw him without his shirt on in the clubhouse. It was a joke, and I know, I've told the story over the years. People there, the Giants trainers were telling their beat guys his head size grew about 2 sizes bigger.
He had to get him a size 8 hat. He went from a 7 to an 8.
Yeah, come on, Judge, man. I was on our baseball show tonight, and I said why, and we were talking about Judge, and I said it's become part of my morning routine. It's like brushing my teeth. I go to his baseball reference page every morning and just stare at the black type. It's unbelievable. The bold type about how many categories he's reading in. It's unbelievable what he's doing.
Yeah, here's a stat that came across my timeline today from OptaStats. Prior to 2005, no American League player had ever collected 50 hits in a season before May. Neither had an AL player reach base 70 times before May, nor amassed 85 total bases before May. Aaron Judge did all 3 this year.
I know. I also joked on the show. I said, it's, what is this, 1941? I mean, that was the late year Ted Williams hit 406. And Ted Williams wasn't facing guys coming out of the bullpen in 6th, 7th, 8th inning, 9th inning, throwing 99 miles an hour. So, I mean, you can legitimately make a case that Judge could be the best hitter of all time.
I did make that case last year, and then ultimately we get to the postseason, and he's not the same hitter. So
Yeah.
I've watched so many of his at-bats live. I was at his first game. I go to about 40, 50 games a year. Since he's come up, I've seen him do this, and I'm like, I've never watched a better player. I was a kid when we saw Bonds or Tony Gwynn or Ken Griffey or whoever you want to throw in, even A-Rod. I'm like, this guy is a different level, and he's hitting for average. He'll slap singles through, and then when you give him a pitch to hit, like, he's hitting it out, and he's hitting it out 400 plus feet, and it's every single day. It's every day.
Oh, and he keeps getting better. I mean, that's the one thing that I was looking at some of the the stats on Baseball Savant and all that. The thing that really stands out is how much he's improved his chase rate. He doesn't chase anymore. He's got one of the best chase rates, like in the top 5% in MLB. He used to be down like 50%. So he just keeps getting better and better. And when now he's to the point if he's not going to chase, he hits everything, just about everything hard. So, I mean, I don't know if he can hit 400, but he could hit 350, I think. That's one.
Yeah, he's gonna have an over 350 average at the end of the year. He's probably gonna win the Triple Crown if he stays healthy and keeps his up. Let me lay this on you. This is something I've been putting out there because you speak on his chase rate. I get so frustrated watching him take, pitches at his ankles, and the umps call him as strikes. And I'm like, that ball is down. This guy is 6'7". That's out of his strike zone. We are.
They've gotten a little better about it over the years because Boone was on him all the time about it. But they still, you do see it at least a couple of times a night where balls below his knees, they call strikes.
And he doesn't get mad. He doesn't say a word about it. He steps out of the box, adjusts his gloves, whatever, steps right back in. But we're about a season or two away from the automatic balls and strike system. He just turned 33. There are a lot of naysayers and people online with anonymous accounts that tell me Judge is aging out. Judge isn't going to be the same Judge in a couple years. And I'm like, no. Here's my theory, John. If he's 33 and he's still getting better, right? He's off to the best start of his career. He just turned 33 over the weekend.
Yeah.
If they can get this automatic balls and strike system in by the time he hits 36, like, that's going to extend his prowess. That's going to extend his dominance, and him being not as great as he is still all-star level, better than most of the players in the league.
Yeah, listen, why not? I mean, come on. Times have changed. Look what LeBron's doing. No, nobody ever thought a guy could play like LeBron in the NBA at his age. But what they're doing now with conditioning and everything, I think he'll, even if you got the DH to go to, he can hit. I think he'll be able to hit, well deep into his 30s, maybe into his 40s. Who knows? So I think, it is possible. I for one, though, I'd much rather see them go to the challenge system than that automatic balls and strikes, because I saw it in spring training. I don't know if you watched it all. I kind of like it. It's like the tennis thing. You can challenge him, and within 5-10 seconds, you got an answer, and you move on. And you give each team, you give them a few challenges. You get not eliminated. But I kind of think you save it for important spots. I'd rather see that if it happens.
Yeah. I saw it in spring training. I saw it like in a game in Seattle for the All-Star game 2 years ago, and it was great. It added a sense of suspense. And like, it added a little flair to the game, being able to, for the challenge to happen. I think it's the same thing, right? It's if Judge gets a low strike called at his shoes, he can tap his helmet to get that looked at. They go look at it, and they come back and say, that was a ball, and then the crowd cheers. We're getting there. The future is now, and with Judge, what he's doing at $40 million a year is a steal. Back to the Mets. Obviously, with the price tag on Juan Soto, the return on investment hasn't necessarily been there, but who cares? They have been the best team in baseball. What I have been saying the last couple of nights is the pop that they've already gotten from Juan Soto, you see it with ticket sales. Their attendance is up. The pop that they've got with Juan Soto is the fact that, like, I think the rest of the team, high tide raises all ships. The rest of these guys have carried him and kind of raised their play. And you can't not acknowledge Pete Alonso's MVP-like start and Lindor not having a slow April, those are the guys that bat behind him and in front of him. They are benefiting from Juan Soto being in that lineup.
I agree. I think his presence is a big factor, whether he's hitting or not. And I think there's got to be some effect to it, just in terms of he takes on so much of the spotlight, the pressure, that I think, Alonso, even though everything that went on with him with his free agency, I still think he allowed him to go a little bit under the radar and maybe take a little pressure off. And I give him credit for, he fixed some things. He's not chasing as much either what he did last year. But I do think there's a definite Soto effect. We saw it last year with the Yankees, and I think you're seeing a little bit, even though you haven't seen prime Soto yet.
So just kind of going back and forth with the Yankees, we're talking to John Harper from SNY right now. Let's talk pitching. The Mets pitching lab is diabolical. Hefner's laboratory. I don't know what they do in there. I don't know what they teach in there. I don't know how they fix these guys in there. And even what we're seeing out of random guys coming out of the bullpen that I've never heard of in baseball, they've been effective. So they've got this down to a literal science. David Stearns is able to build a bullpen. He's able to not spend on top-end guys like a Max Fried or a Corbin Burns in the offseason and still maximize their rotation and get a lot out of that. Now we're starting to see, though, some injuries come into play. Danny Young is hurt. AJ Minter is hurt. And we're also starting to see guys struggle like Ryan Stanek or Edwin Diaz or Reed Garrett or whoever. How long do you expect the Mets to keep it up? They have the lowest ERA. They're getting a lot out of guys like David Peterson, Tyler McGill. How long do you expect their pitching to continue to be so solid? Or do you think that they're about to just go through the ebbs and flows of baseball soon as well?
Yeah, well, first, you let me give a little quick plug. I did a big story on their whole pitching process and how much they've changed in terms of the analytics and everything that goes into their pitching lab. It's going to be running on SNY.TV starting, I think, tomorrow morning. So I give you some answers right there. But I can't imagine they were going to be able to continue at this level. But they do have a process where they have gotten, they do get the most out of guys, and a lot of it has to do with what they do in that lab in terms of identifying pitch selection, pitch pairing, pitch design, all that stuff. It's not at this point, I don't think you can call it a coincidence based on everything they've done to make this process work. But still, you got guys like Griffin Canning. I'm starting to believe a little bit more in McGill. I like the idea of Holmes as a starter. I think he's big enough and strong enough to be durable. But I think there's got to be, some regression here. One issue for them is they're not going deep into games, and part of that I think is the team's not. That's the nature of the game these days. Is the team doesn't let these guys go around 3 times in the order sometimes unless it's your premier starters. So that's starting to catch up with them in terms of all the overuse of the bullpen. As you said, they have injuries now in the pen. They have some issues. I'm really curious about the Diaz thing too. It's they've only used him once since he had that little, they call it a hip cramp, and there's been opportunities to use him when they could have won a couple more games. One in Washington and one of these Arizona games. And those is he said it's not about the hip or anything like that, but I'm curious about whether he's right. He's had some issues anyway, as we know, but. They got some things to straighten out in that bullpen for sure, and they got to get Manaea back in that rotation. He's really their horse. They catered this rotation, 6-man rotation to Senga. You got to get more out of Senga than what he did today. I know he had they've got this flu going around or whatever, but I think they're in a good spot pitching wise, but I think they're going to need more as you get deeper into the season.
Okay, and last thing for you, the Yankees pitching. The Yankees lose Garrett Cole, the Cy Young winner from 2 years ago. They lose Luis Gil, the rookie of the year from last year. Marcus Stroman was supposed to be traded, but they start the season with him making starts. Then he goes on the IL. So, they're relying on Carlos Carrasco, former Met, who's 38 years old. He's not what he once was. And on the other end, they're relying on a young guy in Will Warren, who's a whole rookie, who has made, 11, 12 starts in his career. What do you see the Yankees doing? You think that they'll make a move to go add to this rotation with a starter, with an ace? Because Max Fried has been excellent. He's been worth all the money they paid him. And then Clark Schmidt is a question mark because he came back kind of slow from being hurt in spring training. And Carlos Rodon has been good his last 3 outings. But, like, with Aaron Judge being Aaron Judge, this pitching's got to be more solid, and I think they got to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear it in your voice. You don't trust Rodon.
No, I don't. It's good that he turned a corner, but he's a guy that make jokes about him. Like, if the wind blows the wrong way, if his shoelace comes untied, if a ball is called or if a strike is called a ball, he's done. He's unraveling.
Well, he pitches with so much emotion. Sometimes you see it. He gets carried away. I think he's a classic case. He reminds me a little bit of A.J. Burnett. Sometimes, as good as he can be, the game speeds up on him in certain innings, and then he just doesn't. He can't find a way to slow it down again. But I mean, he'll help you over the course of the season. But I think you're right. They're probably going to need pitching. I think a lot depends if they're going to get Heald back or not. And Schmidt's the guy that you've been talking about for years. Is taking a next step and becoming a true staple in the rotation. And he always seems to have injury problems or something here and there. So I think they probably will. I mean, I predicted. Did a column at the beginning of the year predicting they get Alcantara, but Alcantara actually hasn't pitched that well coming back from Tommy John. So I don't know. I mean, pitching's been okay, but right now you wouldn't call it a rotation built championship based on losing Cole and all that. So Cashman will be out there looking for pitching at the deadline probably.
John, you're the man. Again, plug the article because I'm definitely going to check it out. Like I said, I don't know what goes on in Hefner's laboratory. Thanks for joining us tonight. Go ahead and plug that article again, and we appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thanks. FNY.TV, the FNY website. So appreciate it, Keith. Good talking to you.
The great John Harper on the Fan. 888-808-1019. A little bit of bad news coming out of Motown in Detroit. The whole time I was on the phone, the Pistons woke up. They made a hell of a run, and that arena woke up. I just saw Jamison Williams from the Detroit Lions after Malik Beasley hit the 3 for the Pistons to go up 61-59 at half. Jalen Duren was getting in Jalen Brunson's face a little bit. It's starting to get chippy. The momentum that the Knicks had evaporated. And if you know like I know, and I know you know like I know, whatever they say or do at halftime is not effective. Maybe this will be the half that the coach actually has a plan. Maybe a rah-rah speech. Maybe they do what Mikal Bridges said about different layup lines. I don't know. Maybe they go out there and try and have a dunk contest, something to get fired up because they need it now. The Pistons are alive now. They're fighting for their lives. They're not trying to get eliminated tonight in front of their home crowd, and now they believe. 888-808-1019. Everything is on the table. Obviously, your reaction to the first half of the Knicks game, which just looking at this run, I got to go to the box score and see exactly what happened. I was on the phone watching, and I'm like, the Knicks are giving it up, and the Pistons are getting hot. So we can continue to talk about the first half of the Knicks. Obviously, I was just talking to John Harper about some things with the Yankees and with the Mets. We'll get into more of the baseball conversation as well. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call us up. We'll be right back. All right, yo. I got to look at his box score. Malik Beasley, 27-foot three-pointer. Cade Cunningham, 6-foot floating jumper. Dennis Schroeder, 2-point shot. Tobias Harris, free throw. Tobias Harris, 10-foot pull-up shot. They just went on a run and closed the gap on them. They went on a run from about, let's see where. I think I saw when Tobias Harris made that shot to make it 45-38, I said, okay, they're in trouble. Here they come. So in the last 7 or 8 minutes, they closed the gap. Malik Beasley got hot. I didn't bet tonight. I had Malik Beasley in the last game. He didn't do a damn thing, really. Had a couple threes. Now Beasley's got 6 threes. Bro, I bet him last week or last game to have 6 threes. Now he's got the 6 threes. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Anyway, thanks for watching. Let me get back to the chat here, actually, because I know a lot was going on. Hector, throwing money for the birthday. Appreciate it. How about the right to challenge everything? I mean, maybe you get one challenge a game, like maybe a manager gets one challenge a game, but they're all about pace of play. They don't want to slow the game down. Can't challenge everything. Soto vibes and gave the Mets homes. I don't know what we're talking about, bro. I thought the Mets have great pitching. They do. Sean Manaea coming back. They need to stop McHale. I don't know. Cashman won't make a move until the trade deadline. That's what I've been saying. That's why I was asking John Harper. Maybe he thinks differently. They're going to bring up someone from AAA. It's not going to be any more effective than Will Warren. Yeah. Third quarter is always their worst quarter. Here we go. Brace for impact. Here we go. Here we go, man. Not great. Oh, boy. All right, so my calls right now. People need to take it easy with Soto. The Knicks are blowing it. Tibbs will burn out the starting five in the second half. Brunson and Towns play no defense at all. Yeah. No, we don't want Giannis. And I keep saying they need to trust the process. Don't rush the process. Build it the right way. No. You ask me, it's a no. It's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me, dog. Bucket difference. Stupid. Dum-dums. Knicks can't let them win this game, bro. It's wraps, bro. Oh, wow. Look at Steph's thumb.
Notice the right thumb on Steph Curry's shooting hand, swollen. And the question is, did Dylan Brooks try to hurt the thumb early on? No foul call there. But Brooks looked like he was trying to make some contact with that right thumb. However, wasn't whistled for any infraction. Brett Van Vliet for the Rockets. Curry wanted the call, didn't get it. Van Vliet.
Got my tickets loaded up for tomorrow, though. We outside. All right, here we go. Oh, boy. Yeah, I went back and looked at the box score and the run that the Pistons went on, and that's what you needed not to happen. They basically flip-flopped, right? The Knicks won the first quarter 37-23, and then they lose the second quarter 38-22. What are you doing? What are you doing? Limo driver Ed, tell me what you saw. What are they doing? What are they thinking about?
Hey, bro. I'm watching them, and it just, I don't know, teams just don't hold leads anymore like they used to years ago. I mean, all of a sudden, They're up by 15. Next thing you know, they're down by 1 or 2.
Malik Beasley. I'm looking at the box score. Malik Beasley got super hot. 6 threes. He hit 6 threes. Of course, because I bet him to have 6 threes in game 5, and he didn't. He did it in the first half tonight. That's how it goes.
But I tell you one thing, that's unfair. This year's Knicks team do not defend the 3 at all. They've been getting burned
All year.
all year long.
All year.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're tired. I don't know what.
Yeah, not closing out, falling asleep, leaving a guy like Malik Beasley, a dangerous shooter, with any space to knock it down.
Yep. And I tell you one thing is, Knicks keep messing around, they're gonna be sitting home, brother. They're gonna be with the Lakers.
Thanks for the call. I don't mean to laugh. He made me laugh. That was such an evil laugh. They're gonna be sitting home with the Lakers. Joey is in Palisades Park on the Fan. What's up, Joey?
Hey, what's up, man? Great show.
Thanks for calling in.
So, what I'm worried about is that Tom Thibodeau, the second half, not only is he not going to make any adjustments, but he's going to burn out the starting 5. Because all year, for some reason, the bench has not been developed. And I'm trying to understand why Precious Ochoa hasn't been seen this series.
Doesn't believe in him. Doesn't have a spot for him. Doesn't want him out there. DMP has not entered. No, it's not that he's not bad. It's just he probably doesn't trust him and doesn't see a role for him. They have played the same 8 guys.
No, understandably so. And, Detroit is still, Isaiah Stewart is not even playing.
Right. Probably be worse.
Jalen Duren is pretty much their only big man. I mean, Reed, he comes off the bench, but he's pretty much their only big man. And, I'm just not understanding. You're right. You're absolutely right about what you said. The first 2 quarters, they just flip-flopped. Then they showed up first quarter, second quarter, they disappeared. So does that mean they're going to show up the third quarter and disappear the fourth quarter?
History tells us that they never show up in the third quarter and haven't shown up in the third quarter. They're probably going to let this lead get larger and then try and turn it on in the fourth quarter with Brunson and Cat. I don't think that's a recipe for success.
As a diehard Knicks fan, man, I don't know if I can do this anymore. I can't. I'm going to catch a heart attack.
Thanks for the call, Joey. Just breathe. Think positive thoughts. Woosah. No heart attacks. It's just sports. And they're not facing elimination. Even if they do continue to fold in the third quarter like we've seen, they're coming back home to the Garden. But it just sucks because it's like, yo, the energy that you came out with in the first quarter evaporated. That's why I was saying good start. They're looking how you want to look, but you can't win in the first quarter. First half summary. They're even. 22 out of 44 field goals. Both teams. That's why I said it's like they flip-flopped. They each played their own quarter. Let's see. They're rebounds. They're even. 20 rebounds. Free throw percentage. The Knicks hit all their free throws, 10 for 10. The Pistons did not, 9 for 12. I said I wanted to look at the turnovers. 6 turnovers for the Knicks, 5. They're pretty much even. The Knicks have 11 points off turnovers compared to their 4. Points in the paint, they're pretty much even. This game was pretty much even. Like I'm telling you, the Knicks won the first quarter. The Pistons won the second quarter. Looking at this box score, it's just like, how did it flip like that? 8 fouls to 7 fouls. Knicks 8, Pistons 7. Assists. The Detroit Pistons moved the ball a little bit better. They have 6 assists to 10. And you know who they're throwing the ball to? Malik Beasley, sitting there ready to fire, ready to shoot. Let's go to Mark in California on the Fan in New York. Hello, Mark.
Hey, what's going on? So listen, I love Brunson. I love Town. They play no defense, bro. I mean, literally, Luka Doncic plays better defense than Jalen, bro.
Coming off this last series, coming off of what Luka just didn't do in the last series.
Bro, not just that. Go back to the last 2 series he played in Dallas. He plays no defense. Like, none. But what's crazy about it is my wife was watching the game with me, 37-23, and I'm sitting there like, that's a what are you talking about? Like, what? Like, you have no faith in your team? I'm like, no, I don't. I've seen this story 10,000 times. It's like I could recite Step Brothers off the top of my head. This is the movie. Like, I've seen this. Nick never put a team away. Never. It does not happen. Even Game 6 last year versus Indiana, they're up and you have Buddy Hield hit 9,003 and you lose the game. Like, it's so relevant. And as a Knicks fan, I don't wish for anybody to be fired. But Tibbs needs to go, bro. Like 37-23 and you put Campaign and Deuce in for 4 minutes. You're up 15 points and you put them in. It makes no sense.
And that's where they lost the 15-point lead.
Exactly. Where's Landry Shamet? I never had him in there.
Landry Shamet is not going to help.
Bro, check it out. Uses a smaller Mikal Bridges. He just gets an inbound pass and looks both ways and just shoots a three and misses. And sometimes he'll make one, and sometimes he'll miss. Just like Mikal Bridges. Like, if Bridges wants to do more work, he needs to go inside. He has a decent inside shot, and that's it, bro. No more threes. I'm getting tired of it. Like, where was Towns in that series? Like, I think Mitchell Robinson played 4 minutes, 2 minutes, maybe? Like, not even. It's just good. And listen, Tibbs is going to kill this team because his lineup switches are like Aaron Boone in the 9th inning. Like, every single day is a different lineup again.
Yeah, but he plays them all year. They're conditioned. They're ready to go, Mark. This is what they condition all regular season playing all those minutes for. Dave, we'll get to you in a second, but Josh in the Bronx before the Knicks tip off in the second half. What do you got to say?
I'm telling you, Keith, man, they should have won that game at the Garden, man. Because you know and I know it's awesome, baby, but I'm telling you, man, it's the case at the end, man, you know, R.I.P., rest in peace, what can I tell you? If they go back to the Garden, you know, if you can't kill the beast, man, it's like the Aaron Rodgers song, it never's going to end, man. You can take it from there, Keith, man. Thanks.
Shout out to Josh. And the game is underway. Josh Hart, I think, makes a quick bucket there to tie it up 61-61 as we start the second half. 888-808-1019. We'll get back to the baseball conversation, talking about Juan Soto, the generational Juan Soto, homering twice for the first time as a Met and hitting his first Citi Field homer. He looked like I've seen him look so many times in the past. And Dave is in Farmingville, Long Island on the Fan. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Keith, how you doing, sir?
Good. A lot going on with the Knicks and our baseball teams and a long show tonight to talk about all of it.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you what, although my dad was like the MVP of his high school basketball team, I'm a 5'10" white guy, so I'm not a basketball fan.
You didn't inherit the hoop gene from your dad? You didn't have it?
No, man. I can shoot, but once the dribbling's going on,
no handle.
Real quick. I'm a dad of 4 kids. You know, my son is the oldest. Got 3 daughters. I coach travel baseball, and I've seen some things, and this is Juan Soto stuff. I've seen some things where we poached like a kid from like out of town, and he was a slugger. The kid that grew up too early. And I've seen like we brought him onto the team, and all of a sudden the kid like fell apart. And I don't want to get into the conspiracy of Juan Soto coming over to the Mets with the expectations, but I can psychologically kind of see the comfortability that he might not have.
Yo, do we have the Juan Soto audio?
We're 20% into the season. We got 80% of the season to go, the regular season. I think with the proper, nowadays with every sports psychologist and everyone, he's gonna do it. I think everybody should just relax. And we saw today, 2, one-run things. Yeah, it wasn't in the perfect spot, but it's there. We know it's there. It's there with the pedigree. It's there with everything else. Like, why does everyone have to talk about it other than the fact that I'm talking to you about it?
It's just that because the Mets were playing so well, we needed a pain point. We needed something to complain about. And this is the highest paid player on the team, his first year on the team, right? These are supposed to be Soto's Mets. And of course, because your counterparts, the Yankee fans, are like, yo, look what you got. You paid him all this money. He ain't the same. Look what you got. This guy doesn't want to be a Met. He's not having fun. He just took the money and now he's a zero. Thanks for the call, Dave. Even though he's not a zero, he was getting on base. And Yankee fans are going to needle Mets fans about his defense or his lack of production. But like Dave said, you just saw it. You saw it today, a 2-homer game. It just didn't turn into a win for the Mets. It'll happen. It's a long season. It's May 1st. We got a long way to go. 888-808-1019. When we come back, we'll hear from Juan Soto. We'll hear from Carlos Mendoza. We'll play some cuts from the Mets post game after they were defeated by the Arizona Diamondbacks. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. BRB. What's up, man?
No, wearing off.
Sorry, I was muted.
Whatever.
So in my live chat, Luis writes, Soto has played for 4 teams. He's been in 2 leagues, 2 World Series, won a World Series, was in the last World Series, been to 43 postseason games, and they're asking him about pressure on May 1st. He says, New York reporters, man, like New York reporters read Twitter like us. New York reporters are fans like us, even though they're media and they're supposed to be neutral. They're thinking and you know, asking what fans would ask. But it's funny. Juan Soto doesn't have any pressure on him. He's got the richest contract in sports history. Like, the pressure was to get there. There's no pressure at 2:30 in the afternoon in Queens on Thursday, May 1st. He hit the 2 homers. And if you even go back to his struggles, the games and series and weeks before, this is a guy that just told you, like, there's no pressure. I'm just not performing the way that I want to perform or that you expect me to perform as a $600 or $765 million man. Let's go to Rich and Beth Page. What's up, Rich? You got it.
Thank you. Just talking. My question is, what do you think Juan Soto does after he goes, like he hits a home run, he does a walk into the dugout, and then he goes into the clubhouse? Is there like family in there or something?
Yeah, he goes and he greets the.
What does that after his home run? Is one walk through and then into the clubhouse?
Well, his mom wasn't allowed in the Yankees clubhouse, so she might be camped out in there.
It's strange, no?
It is kind of strange. Like, I don't know. At least we got a bat flip out of him. People have been waiting to see his signature shuffle, but I don't know. I did not catch it with my own eyes. I got to go back and look at it. I've been listening to most of the games, and it was during the middle of the day. But I guess I gotta go look. He's disappearing into he's going down into the clubhouse and not like sitting in there.
Through to the guys, and it's like subdued. It's like nothing. It's just like, yeah, what's up? And then into the clubhouse.
It'd be great if he came out with that Soto OMG sign that they had in spring training that said SOTOMG. That would have been great if he emerges from the clubhouse with oh my God.
You man, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Rich. 888-808-1019. Yeah, let me pull up the highlights and see, because there is a little bit of conversation about why isn't he shuffling? Okay, we got a bat flip out of him today. But let me watch this homer and see if Juan Soto disappears on his teammates. That I saw where they don't have that far. You got to be watching SNY, watching the game all the way to see. Yeah, the clips that I saw online. I don't know. Are we making something out of nothing? I saw SNY with the shot from the dugout of him flipping the bat, and it seemed like fans gave an extra once he flipped the bat. Like, yeah, he does love us. He likes it here. Sam is in Brielle, New Jersey. Sam, you're up next.
What's going on, kids? How you doing?
Good, hanging out. Thanks for calling.
So I wanted to make a point real quick. Well, actually, before I make my point, what you said about Soto not feeling pressure, a lot of the times, like when you see him, like the camera will cut to him after a pitch, he'll be laughing and joking or say something to the catcher. He's relaxed at the plate. He's not worried about. He's not stressing. Guy already made his money. He's not worried about anything, and he'll do his job. But that's my point. Lindor's gonna do his job. Soto's gonna do his job. Pete's gonna do his job. And you look at, like, if you compare it to the Dodgers lineup, you got Ohtani, you got Mookie, and you got Freddie Freeman. The most important part of their lineup last year, arguably in the playoffs, was Tommy Edman and Teoscar Hernandez. Those were the guys that were driving in runs. Other than the big three, these are the guys that you rely on. And today, Soto gets on, Pete gets on, Winker hits a double. The most important part for the Mets lineup for me, in terms of winning World Series, is going to be Vientos and Nima. I mean, after they load the bases, those are the guys that get the back-to-back strikeouts. And these are the guys you need after your big three driving your run.
Yeah, and as we get into the actual season and Juan Soto is performing and you know what you're going to get out of Lindor and Alonso, it's going to come down to those guys. And if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, then that's how you're going to lose games. That's how you're going to come up short.
100%. And Louis on Acuna is doing a great job of that, being the man up on the base path, stealing bases and all that. But you know that those three guys are going to do their job. Everyone's talking about Juan Soto, obviously, because of the money and everything. He's going to do his job. I think for me, it's those two guys, and you can throw in Jeff McNeil too if you want, that are going to be the difference in terms of the offense carrying the team to win the World Series.
Win the World Series. Thanks for the call, Sam. 888-808-1019. I'm chill. I know. The World Series is the goal. Your owner put it out there that you should win 2 out of the next 4 World Series or something like that. They should win multiple. Play that again. Yeah, it's a dynasty for sure, Juan. I don't know. I can't talk World Series today on May 1st, 888-808-1019. But I guess when you had the best record in baseball, when you weren't losing at home, and honestly, if you go back and you scale from June to now, the Mets have been the best team in baseball from June to now. Last season to this season. Obviously, you take out the World Series and the fact that they lost in the NLCS. They've won more games and hit better than any other team. Juan Soto can help you if you get there. I was saying last night, get him to October, get him to postseason opportunities and at bats. When other guys fold, he's going to have ice in his veins. He's going to be clutch. But like now, you know what I've been doing? I actually know how I can go back and try and watch the game. I'm going to try and watch the recording of the game in real time, because now I got to see, like, does Juan come back to the dugout and say, I'm not celebrating with you peasants? Does he just skip out on the celebration with his team? Maybe there's something to be said about not having an OMG sign. Maybe there's something to be said about, hey, look, we need an OMG sign, so when Juan homers, he's forced to pose. He's forced to smile. You better smile. You better act like you like it here. Chris is in Lynchburg, Virginia, back on the Fan in New York. Hello, Chris.
Hey, long time no talk, man. How you doing?
Good. I mean, I know you smell blood in the water, so here you come.
Yeah, I mean, listen, honestly, whatever happens, that happens. I mean, I'm kind of rooting for Game 7, but I mean, if the Knicks take care of it, so be it. I mean, I know for you, for guys, and as a fan, you can care less about either team, but I just think Boston would prefer to face the Knicks. I mean, again, the Knicks are more talented, but they've single-handedly like taking care of them 3 of the 4 games. I know the last game, I know Tatum like pulled it out of his rear end to beat them, but I think at the end of the day, Boston's probably going to beat the Knicks in 5, maybe 6 games. So there's that talented, that better. What do you think?
Yeah, I said, someone called me and they said, what is the percentage that the Knicks can beat the Celtics in the next round? I said, it's 0%. I'm like, the percentage is, what percentage do I think they can win one game? I think it's 50-50 that they can win one game, because I've seen the Celtics beat them 4 different ways without 4 different players.
Right. And now they got a couple days off because game 1 is not till Monday, so that does help us. And going back to percentages, while I don't think it's going to happen either, I think Indiana has a better shot at upsetting the Cavs than the Knicks maybe winning more than one game. So, but I'll have to play the games, but I'm just excited to see what happens. But yeah, I think the Celtics have a good chance to repeat. So, but anyways, good to talk to you again, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Chris is a Celtics fan. These Celtics fans have been feeling themselves. I understand. Reigning champs. We watched the Celtics beat them without Jaylen Brown, beat the Knicks without Jaylen Brown, without Al Horford. They've beat them without Kristaps Porzingis, without Drew Holiday. It doesn't matter who's on the floor. They're so deep versus the Knicks not being deep. They shoot the 3 so well versus the Knicks not defending the 3 well. It's not a good matchup for the Knicks. Look at Mitchell Robinson. They're going to the hack-a-Mitch strategy, and Mitchell Robinson is knocking down free throws. And the Knicks are up. This is the first time we've seen in this series the Knicks come out of the half. Maybe they listen to Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges was the one to speak up against the minutes. Mikal Bridges says, I didn't see the layup lines. But so far, the Knicks are up 13. Now make it 15, 27-12 to start the third quarter. So that has now put them up 86-73 in the second half. And you know when it's closing time, they have the best closer in the game. So just that quickly, it has come back around. 888-808-1019. Still talking Knicks, of course, as the game is live and we're doing this ride along, watch along. Mikal Bridges. I didn't know he was like this. Mikal Bridges just came down and dunked it. Did he dunk that on Cade Cunningham? One hit on Cunningham? Oh my God. I usually don't react like that. That was shocking to me. Mikal Bridges, please show the replay. Bridges, what got into him? He said, I'm tired of hearing about them 5 picks. I'm tired of hearing about them picks, bro. Let's see this. Josh Hart with the outlet pass. Mikal Bridges. Ooh, on your head. Ooh. Watch your face. Ooh. This is great. This is riveting. This is a fun game. Yeah, everybody on the bench got off their feet. They got out of their seats and on their feet. Nobody was expecting that. A game 6. Mikal Bridges jam over Cade Cunningham, the quote unquote best player in the series. Oh, now we're cooking. This is fun. This is a lot of fun. David is in West Point on the fan. What's up, David?
Hey man, thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Yeah, so listen, I'm happy. I'm a Celtics fan.
Back-to-back Celtics fans. This is what's going on here. The Celtics fans smell blood in the water, but not so fast.
But so here's my question to you. If the Knicks didn't make the trades they did last year, do you think the Knicks would be in any different position they're in right now? In other words, like we talk about, possibly being able to pick up the Greek Freak next year, the Knicks will have such a slim chance because they've got no draft capital to trade away. Do you think if they didn't make those trades, they'd be any different position right now, and they'd still have more draft capital to make the team better next year?
I'm trying to envision them with Julius Randle, who has been instrumental for the Timberwolves, Dante DiVincenzo. They probably still have Jericho Sims and Mitchell Robinson, obviously. They wouldn't have Karl Anthony Towns. I don't know. I don't think they'd be any better. I don't think they'd be they'd be in the same position probably. Maybe they would have closed the game out at home. Maybe it would have been Knicks in 5, not 6.
Right, but they'd have all this draft capital to make the team better next year versus just.
Oh no, I'm thinking with Mikal. I'm thinking out without Cap. I don't know. They shouldn't have made the Mikal trade, but here we are. And I think that was, like I said again, so much hype about getting the Villanova guys together, especially with Bridges being in the city as a net and him being vocal about like, oh yeah, it's not fun to have your arena be taken over. You feel like you're the away team in your home arena. Duh. Like, are you dumb? Are you dense? Like, are you not aware? Like, the Barclays Center hasn't even been over there 15 years. The Knicks have been in the middle of Manhattan for like people's entire lifetimes, most of our entire lifetimes.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I'm a Celtics fan, so it doesn't weigh heavy on me. I just think about, I like the competition. I grew up in New York, so
Well, they made these moves to compete with you. That was the whole thing, right? Like the Knicks made these moves with the thought that they'd be able to compete with the Celtics. Like there was a narrative that Mikal Bridges could guard Jason Tatum. There was a narrative that like when now they got Cat to like I don't see it, but like that was the thought that like these moves were made so that the Knicks could take the next step and it would be them and the Celtics, right? They did not think that the Cavaliers were going to come out of nowhere with Kenny Atkinson and be the 1 seed. They thought the Celtics would be the 1 seed, they'd be the 2 seed, meeting the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, 2020 is high. Listen, it's easy to look back on things and say, well, now we know what we know. But I mean, I just can't imagine making these trades. Do you really think Mikal Bridges can cover Jason Tatum?
No, I ain't seen it.
Look at what you gave away to get Mikal Bridges. I just don't get it.
They got fleeced. They had to, and you know what it is. If you're a collector, and I've been making this analogy, if you're a collector and you go to these auctions, the price is a little bit higher, but you'll pay that price because you have the 3 other pieces of the foursome. That's what it was. And then I didn't understand. Once you get the foursome together, you give away a piece. So it's like, I don't know.
I always appreciate your opinion on these things. I love listening to you, and I drive for a living, so
I listened to you well later into the night than we're listening to you right now. But thanks for everything, and I appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you, David. 888-808-1019. I don't know everything. I know a little bit about everything, though. Like, I watch all this stuff. I watch basketball. I watch baseball. I watch football. Hell, I started watching the NHL and the Devils because I became a host on the Fan. I'm starting to watch the Red Bulls now, too. I'm about to start picking up on the MLS. I mean, it's just sports for me. And it's the most entertaining thing for me. I don't watch Netflix. I don't have a streaming series. You guys have heard me go through this 100 times. My wife made me watch White Lotus, and every Sunday night, by the time we get to 9:30, I'm like most of my callers in the middle of the night. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. That was legitness. Yeah, thanks. If you guys want to support my website and my merch, where I got this shirt from, right here. Boom. Let's see. You can get you a KM to AM shirt or hoodie. Got a good game here, folks. Let me turn this volume up. I gotta not rub my eye. Ooh. Allergies killing me. Oh.
This series has such a 90s feel to it. You know, the Knicks, when they face the Heat, Tim Hardaway here tonight. Tim Hardaway Sr., that is. When the Knicks face the Pacers, those are some of the toughest, most physical playoff series I can remember. This one is bringing back some memories of those. The pace slows down. It's a half-court game. And those are how we could cross over. Talk about fearless playoff performance. This could be a rivalry for years to come with these two teams. Brooklyn now 5 for 5 on the line. He's got 27 points, 5 assists. Schroeder looking. Harass Beasley. Schroeder on the drive. Difficult shot. Well, defended by Brunson. And it's by Reed. What a pass decision by Reed. Free throw for Jalen Brunson with 2:56 remaining here in the third. They're in the middle of this 9 minutes on the clock. I can do anything. They control. So the Knicks are looking to capitalize. The captain going back to the line. Rebound is 5,008 Knicks. Complaining continues. Jalen Brunson said after game 5, he didn't make the right decisions. He's made a lot of right decisions tonight. Brunson made some spectacular plays. The shot making off the charts. He had it from the get-go as Brunson. He needed his first 11 shots. Went in the open man. He continues to put points on the board. He embraces the road hostility.
Look at that.
30 points, 9 assists.
Shout out to my guy Don Povia. If Don Povia is watching, Don just bought a shirt. Do they ship to Australia? Shout out to TubeU. Try? I don't know. I'm guessing it's probably an extra $20 to ship to Australia. Wow, Brunson.
They want to play it. They want to take a look at it. There's only 6 lines. He obliterated students. It's going to be 4, and I don't think so. So they are going to look at it. Now, whoever's on the top of the players we review for the situation. Because it's 2 shots in possession. Now, during the regular season, this one I was talking about challenging. I don't understand that.
Challenging what? Challenging the foul call?
During the regular season, that's probably a flavor foul. But the way the playoffs are found, I don't know about your feet, and you have to determine did Anunoby calm down? Did Schroeder kind of help calm down? So it certainly looked like a foul. I think she said it's an illegal screen. That's what Tom is saying. But I don't think they're going to get away with that one. They got to get a foul. No, they are going to get a foul. Rudy on the floor. Rudy's on the floor. Common foul against New York. The players been challenged. So what the Knicks are challenging is that it could be an illegal screen on Schroeder. I don't know if that's going to happen. By the way, the officials just told Tom Thibodeau, not now, when he tried to argue about something. And Thibodeau said, tell him that. So the coach is battling, the players battling, the fans battling.
Yeah, this is it.
Intensive playoff basketball. Intense playoff basketball. See, now he grabs Anunoby first. It's going to be a very interesting call. Anunoby certainly throws him down afterwards. But that's why the Knicks challenging. Knicks, one of the most successful teams all season long on challenges. But if they prove the challenge successful for the Knicks, this place is going to explode in anger. Again, you got some real veteran officials, brothers in Illinois, not only longtime playoff officials, but they've been in NBA Finals as well. And with 2:13 remaining in the third, here in Game 6, this is a very important call. And Anunoby's perhaps getting his 4th foul. And Anunoby has been ubiquitous, blocking shots, double teaming, but he's had a couple of improved fouls. Here we go.
All right, so I just sent a couple clips. Knicks lose the challenge.
No flavor foul. Just a common foul. That was not a good challenge, man. You had no more challenges for the rest of the game. The way this game is built. Anunoby's saying he grabbed the ref. Anunoby's right, but for Schroeder, it was illegal.
Yeah. Hell yeah. My bad. I was watching the game. Keith McPherson on the fan. The Knicks just lost their only challenge. They tried to challenge OG Anunoby and Dennis Schroeder, kind of getting tossed up there, kind of getting tangled up there, and OG tossed him. Indeed, that will probably come back. There'll be something that happens in the fourth quarter here that the Knicks will need to challenge. I'm not mad at it, but it's just like you can kind of see the writing on the wall. The Knicks are up, though. They're up 11. Let's see. Schroeder's at the line, though, so he can make this a 10-point lead. I'm not mad at it because, these coaches are going at it. If you're watching the game, the refs are trying to back off JB Bickerstaff. They're trying to back off Tom Thibodeau, and these guys are fighting for their teams. The Knicks don't want to play another game, and Detroit won't have another game if they lose tonight. 888-808-1019. We're halfway through my 5-hour KM to AM. We've had some conversation about Julius Randle, and when Julius Randle was here, he had it tough, from the way fans were like ripping down his poster at Madison Square Garden. And, he had the thumbs down. I remember him hitting the laptop out of the coach. It was always contentious with Julius. And then when Mikal Bridges became a Knick, Julius posted an image of Mikal Bridges' jersey being up in the team store and his own jersey not being there. Like, this guy hasn't even taken a shot yet as a Knick. They're selling his jersey, and all that I've done for this organization, I'm part of the organization coming back to life. Well, everything happens for a reason. Happy for Julius Randle. He just celebrated the birth of his first daughter. I think now he has 3 kids, two little boys and a daughter. His wife posted the video of him in the hospital with an air mattress, a huge air mattress. He's a big dude. Pause. He's in there laid up with the air mattress, a laptop. He's watching film on the Lakers, and he's got the Normatic hyperbaric chambers on his legs to recover. So, like, not only was he balling in this series, he wasn't sleeping at home. He's sleeping in the hospital with his wife and his newborn baby. But I'm guessing, like, this video came out today, so maybe he got to sleep after the series was over. I don't know. Either way, kudos to him, props to him, just trying to show him love. I know what that experience is like. Anyone that's had a kid knows what that experience is like, spending those 3 days in the hospital. Would not want to be playing in the NBA during that. 888-808-1019. I do want to go to Timberwolves head coach Chris Finch and what he had to say about Randle. And then I might even find the audio where Dante DiVincenzo is with Ant-Man in the postgame, and Ant-Man kind of talks about I got that too. So we'll cue both of these up right now. It's just something to kill time for the Knicks fans, and maybe you've heard it if you're deep into NBA Twitter, or maybe not, because I know this is radio, this is not Twitter, but I think these audio clips are important, just for fans that talk a lot about what this team, like we just had a conversation about, what this team would be if they still had Julius Randle, if they still had DiVincenzo and they never made the cat trade, or what they'd be like. Like Bridges, not for nothing. Bridges is balling tonight in a closeout game. He's going to quiet a lot of his critics and haters if they close it out and he has a dunk on Cunningham's head in Detroit. And I know he's got over 20 points. Let me see now if he's closer to 30 or 20 yet. He's got 23 points. 1-3. That dunk is the play of the game. He's plus 15. So I'm just saying, if Mikal Bridges, like, now he's heating up. He's got the dunk. He just hit the 3. He's looking like he's like in the flow of the game. And it's 51.6 seconds left in the third quarter. Knicks are up 10. Let's play Julius Randle getting just, showered with love and adulation. Just, his head coach giving him some props for what he did in the series as the Timberwolves defeat the Lakers in 5.
I'd also just like to say that Julius Randle was absolutely huge in this series, man. Another guy who's
I just sent you Ant-Man and Dante DiVincenzo too.
Career, and he was outstanding at both ends of the floor. And we don't win this series without Julius. Was consistently great every single night, just doing a lot of little things as well as timely things.
So yeah, and he kind of alludes to Julius has had a lot of unfair criticism in his career. Where does that unfair criticism come from? New York, New York. It comes from the fans and the media right here. But Julius Randle, this guy is a veteran. This guy played defense, scored the basketball, and was definitely a huge part of the Timberwolves advancing in 5 games against the Lakers. I'm looking at this video, like Luka trying to guard Randle, no shot. And, I talked as well about Dante DiVincenzo, Josh Hart with the putback dunk. Dante DiVincenzo, he's staying in Minnesota too. Let's play Anthony Edwards, number 1 pick, face of the franchise, the Ant-Man, talking about Dante DiVincenzo and, what he sees and what he helps him do. I've referenced this twice on The Fan this week.
That's my boy right here. Now Dante does a great job of coming and telling me like what they're doing out there defensively, because sometimes I don't really recognize it. And
he gets the game, he makes it easy for him to shoot. He tells him how he's like, oh, he's back up right now. So just being able to read the game and then having teammates that looks out for you, I think that's the best thing about it.
That's great. I mean, it's not great that Ant-Man is such a good player, went to the Olympics, has like Adidas endorsements, Prada endorsements, all these different Sprite endorsements, and he's telling you that sometimes I don't know how to read the defense, sometimes I don't see the defense, but Dante DiVincenzo does. And that's why I said, Dante DiVincenzo's high basketball IQ can be like a coach on the court, but also is tough, is also like with the smoke. Like when he's out there, we saw him getting into it with Embiid last year. We saw him getting into it with Isaiah Stewart this year. He's not getting punked. He's not afraid of anybody. Delaware Jordan, Dante DiVincenzo, aka the Big Ragu. 888-808-1019 as we now head into the fourth quarter. I told you guys to breathe in, exhale, think positive thoughts, woo-saw, all of that. Clear your head a bit. The Knicks are up 11 going into the fourth quarter. Closing time. Time for you to go home. So just finish your whiskey or beer. This is it. Not trying to jinx it, but I know who I want to take me home. It's over. It should be. Again, no funny stuff. Not trying to troll. Not trying to make it backfire. It's just they're up 11. You have the most clutch player in the game. You have Karl Anthony Towns, who in this game, not for nothing, I said this in the beginning. If it ain't Karl Anthony Towns, let it be somebody else. I said Karl Anthony Towns had to get 25. Brunson had to get 25. Brunson's got 30. But if Karl isn't having his way, somebody else step up. Okay, Bridges is going to have the 25. OG Anunoby's probably going to, if he gets one more bucket, he's going to have over 20 points. Josh Hart has 11. So obviously they're keying on Cat because the last time that they won in Detroit, it was all Cat. And it was Cat down the stretch. But this is a team. This is a series. You give them different looks. You throw different things at them. Game to game, it changes. And let's see who rises to the occasion. I would assume it continues to be Brunson. But let's see. Somebody's going to rise from Detroit as well. As I look at their box score, Cade Cunningham, the best player in the series, he's got 19 to lead them. Actually, Malik Beasley's got 20 off the bench. He's their leading scorer. Jalen Duren's got 11. Tobias Harris has 12. Asor Thompson has 10. Tim Hardaway Jr., just 2 points, a negative 20. He's minus 20. Oh, no. They're going to point at him, former Knick. If this thing goes where I think it's about to go, they're going to point at Tim Hardaway Jr. and say it's his fault. And Knicks fans are going to say, yeah, that's payback for that $72 million you got off of us. Don't you love sports? Don't you love the narratives and the storylines and how things play out? You don't know. That's why I came in here today. I came in here today and I was going to talk to the Mets fans in my open about Juan Soto and how do you feel? Okay, all this talk about Juan Soto, all this talk about, yeah, they're winning, but we can't really enjoy it because, like, our new shiny toy isn't really all that it's cracked up to be. Like, how did it feel watching Soto hit 2 home runs and the rest of the team not come through? Is that what you prefer? No, I think you prefer to win. I think you prefer to take the series and keep winning at home. Well, I listen to Tommy a little bit, and I listen to Evan and Tiki a little bit, and I'm just like, I don't think they're losing tonight. I said Knicks in 6 from the beginning. Yay, finish it out so I can be correct. It's always good when you're right. It's always good when you're right. It's always good when you can come back to it. And I'm not even that type. I don't go back. They love to hit you with the freezing cold takes, old takes exposed, but I don't know how many right takes I've had that they just go in and out of people's ears. And they go out into the internet and they never get retrieved. You never get credit for your takes aging well. But I've had a few in this Knicks series, and I'm not a Knicks fan. 888-808-1019. Bobby and Belmore on the fan. Hello, Bobby.
Yeah, 2 quick things. Number one, I wonder if Fellows going to play right field at the stadium when he goes to the stadium.
Of course. It's a short right field.
So, yeah, I'm sure he'll play right field. I'm sure he's going to want to play right field. He's not going to be afraid of anything. But anyway,
they're not going to throw batteries at him. He'll be all right.
Yeah, I don't think they will. But who knows? All it takes is one knucklehead. But anyway, as far as the Knicks are concerned, if they hold on. I thought they would move a couple games in the series too, so I'm not surprised. But they have to win one of the first 2. They're not winning 4 out of 5 against Boston. Maybe they get from the first game, or they'll be a little rusty. or maybe Holiday is not, maybe he'll still be injured, and Brown maybe won't be 100%. But I know they haven't beaten Boston all year, and but they have any shot in this series. They got to win one of the first two at Boston, or it's over. They're not winning 4 out of 5.
Thanks for the call, Bobby. 888-808-1019. I'm not ready to go there yet. This series isn't done. We will have plenty of time to talk. Like, if the Knicks end this game tonight, the rest of the night is going to be talking about the Celtics. Let's get there. Let's not jinx it. Because the Pistons have hit some shots here, and they're about to play this last 11 minutes for their season, for their lives. And depending on the way the whistle goes and the way that ball bounces, it's not done yet. Knicks have 96 points. Make it 98 now. Mikal Bridges. Is that Bridges or Payne? I think that was Payne. But yeah, anyway, we're about to go to break here. But what I was saying is I'm not ready to go into the Celtics matchup yet, but we have time. We will later tonight. Let's not jinx it. I think it's over. But once it's over, I'll take your calls on how I think they. I've already told you I don't think they match up well. No one thinks they match up well against the Celtics. But then what you said about Juan Soto, is Juan Soto, like, you pay Juan Soto all that money. You took Juan Soto from the New York Yankees. Carlos Mendoza used to be on the bench with the New York Yankees. When he's filling out the lineup for May 16th, I don't think he would have the audacity, the gall. I don't think he would even think about saying, let's DH Juan Soto in this first game. No, he plays right field, and he has experience playing right field in Yankee Stadium from last year. It's a short right field, which helps him as well. Yeah, I would expect to see Juan Soto in right field in Yankee Stadium all 3 games. And what's the worst that's going to happen? F Juan Soto. F Juan Soto. Hey, Juan, you suck. Whatever. Yankee Stadium has top flight security. Nobody's going to do anything to Juan Soto. And if you think Juan Soto cares about that, he doesn't. If anything, that's going to make Juan Soto better. He's going to lock in. I was saying last night, I'm like, all right, if he doesn't turn it on by Cinco de Mayo, which he turned it on today, count it. If he struggles, you know where he's going to turn it on? When he gets back to the Bronx in that atmosphere and he's on the other side. Okay, I'll see you on the other side of this break. Dial 888-808-1019. KM to AM returns right after this. Yeah, I have prescription Flonase. I have a nighttime allergy medicine, but my allergies are stronger than prescriptions. My doctor listens to the fan. My doctor's the man. My doctor, he's probably listening right now. Sometimes nothing that you can do. Can Soto be an upgrade with his bad defense? An upgrade to Starling Marte? Yeah, he already is. 23 points for Mikal Bridges. I miss Randall as a Knick. It is what it is. You'll be all right. Pistons really became this complicated, huh? Yeah. Props and credit to them. Props and credit to them. OG's got over 20 points now. Yeah.
What power, what strength that time to get to the hoop. Brunson is in. Mark gets a rest. And Mark with the clock down. Bridges always had an OG, and he hits the free throw. Giannotti 22 points and some spectacular defense tonight. Knicks up 12. Definitely indicative of his tenacity in this game. Still so much time remaining. Cunningham. That's inside. Durant.
Well, fucking A. Hold up.
He's getting the floor. They're bringing Robinson. They're going to start Hackaway. The Knicks could be in some trouble here. Mitchell Robinson will come in. Knicks with the 14th touch. You might see Jamie Bickerstaff use it right now. He can use it for the next 7 minutes and 19 seconds. Right. So what I mean? So this is crucial. And Robinson can rise to the occasion. There it is. Just to correct again, you have to get in a penalty before you start this. They only have one team foul. The Pistons do, so they wouldn't put him on the line yet. Grind brings it back out. Brunson looking for it. 8 on the shot clock. Shooting on him. Durham looking at him. Brunson on the drive. Steps. Shot clock one again. Stiffer. 3-pointer. Rebound. Brunson gets it back. Who's it in?
Wow. Curtains. Knicks not losing this. Try to tell y'all, man. Let's see. Juan Soto hits his first City Field homer, then does it again. Mets lose. That's baseball, Susan. Juan Soto hits his first City Field homer, then does it again. Mets lose. Game and series. That's baseball, Susan. Okay, got one. Shout out to the boy Gabe.
Now the Pistons will have it underneath. 21 for Cunningham. 15 on the shot clock. Durham, guarded by Mitchell Robinson. Little ball handling for Durham. Poked away by Robinson. Schroeder. Durham inside. Throws it down.
Oh, here they come.
Continuity, spontaneity of the Pistons. And Will Cecil Arena is exploding right now. Running and gunning. This time, dazzling fancy.
So if you guys follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, you'll see the video I'm posting right now, behind the scenes. Shout out to Gabe, who's usually in the chat watching. Appreciate you, bro. Let me know if you want to go to a game soon. I got some tickets, bro.
What is going on?
Domino's have never made a stuffed crust pizza before.
Are you serious?
Oh, we're serious. It's Domino's first ever stuffed crust pizza. Try it for the first time tonight.
Mm-hmm. This is phenomenal.
Join us in celebrating 70 years in the U.S. and get exclusive offers on select new Volvo models.
At Ace, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or grill, we've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras, you'll have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock. With service so good, it's guaranteed. Sprint TV is the perfect way to watch MLB extra innings.
Okay. See, I do all my social media, not much of the editing though. I do all the posting. I need to do less. I need to find somebody to do it. I'd be killing if I have like an actual team. With the amount of takes and shows I do and like how many hours a week I'm live at least 15 to 20 hours a week on air talking sports. If I had that clipped up consistently in the 1 minute clips, bruh, All right, now we're back. Show starts. I didn't even get to finish posting. Okay. Right back at it on the Fan in New York. It's already almost 10. I mean, time flies when you're watching the sports, you're talking to sports, you're taking the calls, you're hosting the show. Hopefully you're having as much fun as I am. Keith McPherson on the Fan. 888-808-1019. We're going to talk about the Mets and the Yankees and some things around the Knicks, because incoming, we're going to get a bunch of calls from Knicks fans with their thoughts about this game, assuming that the Knicks do hold on and finish this one. They're up 103-96 with 7:40 left in the fourth. They're going to need a little bit more to hold off the Pistons, but I think they do it. Like I said when I came in here tonight, I'm like, let me talk to these Knicks fans. I think it's good sometimes when you're not a fan of the team playing. Look at Brunson with 32 points. Go ahead and get 40. I think it's good sometimes when you're not a fan of the team to, weigh in and give the outside perspective, because sometimes your fandom can blind you, can sway your thoughts and make you feel different things. I know Knicks fans have had so much disappointment. They're ready for more disappointment. And I'm like, it's coming, just not tonight. Not tonight. 888-808-1019. Same with Yankee fans, right? So much disappointment in the last few years as far as not getting to a World Series and win it. Like, we were there last year. I had fun last year as the Knicks turned the ball over. That's what you need to not happen. But, we took a call about the Mets winning the World Series. And I'm like, I'm not there on May 1st. I don't know who's winning the World Series. I don't know who's going to the World Series. But there's already the conversation around Aaron Judge in the World Series. There's already the conversation around Aaron Judge having the best start to his season. I put out a tweet last night, quote tweeting, Judge's stats and, what he's doing. And I said, Aaron Judge can't be stopped. And some girl responded and quote tweeted, and she said, until October. Yeah, reminder. So, they're going to say that until they can't say that. But I really feel in my bones that, like, the Yankees don't need to have the perfect team. They clearly don't have the perfect rotation. Honestly, I'd put money on the Yankees next year when Cole is back with Max Fried. Who knows? But if this Yankee team, when you look at the American League, nobody scares me in the American League. You could tell me the Detroit Tigers are good this year. The Seattle Mariners are good this year. The Cleveland Guardians beat the Yankees. But in a series in October, if Aaron Judge is performing like Aaron Judge, it's a huge if. But if this is the year, after all of the embarrassment, after having his first kid, after Juan Soto leaves and goes across town and says that he thinks he's got a better chance of winning over there, if this is the year that Juan Soto can actually, if this is the year that Aaron Judge can actually perform in the postseason like he does in the regular season, that alone could propel the Yankees to the World Series and maybe a victory. 888-808-1019. My guy Jules in Oakland on the Fan. What's up, Julian?
But definitely been an interesting start for the Yankees. A little up and down, but I mean, they are in first, all things considered. I definitely want more patience with Devin Williams. Hopefully people will start to come around a little bit. And same thing with Jason Dominguez. Like, I want to see him play more. I know Grisham is making that tough a little bit, but I just felt like he should have played against the righty and not against the lefty. I thought that was really weird.
Yeah, as the Knicks are starting to fold a little bit here. Now it's a one basket game. It's just like no lead is safe. The Detroit Pistons just went on a 12-2 run. But let's go back. Couple things. Devin Williams, right? You and I have talked about Devin Williams, and we agree that, like, in there, and you and I go to games, so you understand how, like, I've never booed a Yankee. I don't think you go there to boo the Yankees. You're never chanting for anybody else on the field. Like, we're there to pick them up. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Let's clap. Let's yell. Let's try to, like, will them to, get the strikeout, get the last out. That's what Devin Williams needs when he comes back to the Bronx. Last time out in the Bronx, not good. But he's gonna pitch. He's gonna pitch in this. There's 6 games at home. He's gonna go out there and pitch. It's not gonna be in a closing situation. But I am begging fans to, like, not be against him, even if he does fail, because it's just gonna set the guy back. And now Jason Dominguez as well. Jason Dominguez, I'm not exactly sure. What it is like you said, Trent Grisham has been awesome this year. And when you put Trent Grisham out there, you think defense, but what he's done at the plate, it's like, how do you not put him out there as much as you can? Like, how do you not have him as your everyday starting center fielder? And when you do that, right? Cody Bellinger hasn't been so great. When you do that, you feel like you upgrade the lineup and the defense. So then when he's in center field, you got to kind of play the matchups. You could put Cody in left. You could put Dominguez in left. But Dominguez has struggled a bit, but I feel like he's a rookie and he needs at-bats and opportunities. And I think they need to continue letting him hit from both sides of the plate. I've gotten some calls, people saying, oh, he shouldn't be switching. I'm like, no, he's young, man. Let him see major league pitching from both sides. I was listening to Dave Sims say that he's top 10 in multiple statistical categories for rookies. I got to go look into that actually to pull the numbers. But yeah, I'm right there with you on Devin Williams and Jason Dominguez. It's now May. We are in the second month of the season. It is going to be consistently warm now. It's go time.
Yeah, you're gonna start to see things that make more sense now. Like the first month's been kind of an aberration. Like the second month, you kind of start to see what's real, and then like as the months go on, you figure out what's legitimate and what's not. Definitely a bigger concern in those two even is the 5 spot in the starting rotations with Netflix. I think they should give someone a look in the minors. Like even a guy like Sean Boyle has been grinding there for a while because Carrasco's not it right now. I'm definitely concerned about that every fifth day. And Warren, I think will be okay, but he might need a little more time. He's only pitched like 50 MLB innings still, and people want to say he's a failure too, which I really disagree with.
Yeah, I talked about like how many major league starts does Will Warren even have under his belt? He's a young guy figuring it out. He had a good spring, but like it's tough to carry that over. And he's playing for the Yankees. There's just like there's a lot on this guy. But you bring up a name in Boyle, and it's like I don't know exactly. I know you follow the minor leagues and you probably have a better vantage point. I think Bruce and Flushing.
Another guy too that you could consider. So either of them instead of Carrasco right now, to be honest.
Okay, because I think that's where we're going next. But then what do? We send Will Warren down. We cut Carlos Carrasco.
I would say you keep Warren and you cut Carrasco. Let Warren have more time to see if he can do it. If he can't figure it out in like the next 5 or so, or like 3 to 5, then like you might want to think about it, I guess. But like I don't know, it's tough. The options are thin, and Louis Hill's a long way away.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Jules. 888-808-1019. Well, I did go and look it up. I think I said with maybe either talking to John Harper or somebody this week. I'm like, Will Warren has made 11 or 12 starts. He's 6 last year, and now he just got to 6 this year. So he's been in 12 games for the New York Yankees. He is very young. And I don't know what they do. If they keep having these outings where you can't rely on Carlos Carrasco, you can't rely on Will Warren, you're not exactly sure what you're going to get out of Clark Schmidt. Luckily, Rodon has tightened up, and obviously Max Fried has been the best signing in the offseason. I don't know. I just think the Yankees have a lot more patience than us. They're going to keep going, and I think in the next month you could see Luis Gil. I know he had a setback, but they're expecting him to come back in June. Whatever. It's tough to see them lose series. Here comes a homestand. They should sweep Tampa, but take 2 out of 3. And then there's going to be a real test against the San Diego Padres. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. The Knicks are tied. I don't know. I said I didn't want to jinx anything. I still think they're going to win, but never easy with the New York Knicks. Keith McPherson on the fan. We'll be right back. They had multiple chances to go up like 20, and they just turn the ball over, let shots go down. It's like I don't know, they fall asleep at the wheel. Yeah, no, why would they fold? They're fighting for their season. They're fighting for their lives. Cat? Oh, you can't turn the ball over. Ugh. Jeez.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Knicks had a 12-point lead in the fourth quarter, but a 16-2 run. The Pistons have come right back. 105-103. They lead the Knicks 5:14 remaining in this one. Cade Cunningham is starting to really come alive. He's got 23 points now. Off the bench, Malik Beasley with 20. He's hit 6 threes. Officer Thompson with 14. Tobias Harris 14 as well. But the Knicks led by Jalen Brunson, but they have gone colder in this fourth quarter. Brunson's got 32, 20 in the first half. 23 from Mikal Bridges. OG Anunoby's got 22. Karl Anthony Towns has not done much on the offensive side. He's 4 of 10. He's got 9 points. He does have 12 rebounds. Knicks getting all of 6 points out of their bench. That was a Deuce McBride 3. Cameron Payne's got a bucket, and Mitchell Robinson hit 1 of 4 free throws. Pistons with a 105-103 lead, trying to force a Game 7, 5:13 remaining in Detroit. Meanwhile, Diamondbacks finished off the Mets 4-2, making it back-to-back losses at Citi Field after that 8-game win streak. Zach Gallen struck out 8 over 6 innings, a 1-run ball. Kodai Senga gave up 1 over 4, but under the weather earlier in the week, only 87 pitches. And Juan Soto broke out in a big way, blasting a pair of homers, his first 2 at Citi Field. Rangers looking like they're turning into a 2-time Stanley Cup winning coach, reportedly close to landing, Mike Sullivan. 60 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park, that's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
You already know it's me. Inside the 10 p.m. hour now on the Fan tonight. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, watching sports, talking sports. Simple. 888-808-1019 if you'd like to get involved. I just don't know. I don't know. It's like the Knicks, they are the definition of playing with your food. It's like the Knicks, they don't want to close the door. This is the second elimination game. This is the second chance you've had to take a lead, take care of the basketball, and put them away. Put your foot on their throats, end their season. And they just keep leaving the door open. So here we are now, 105-103 Pistons with 5:14 left in the fourth quarter. And you got to sweat it out. I don't envy your position, Knicks fans. I don't envy being a Knicks fan in this position. This is a game that you should have won clearly. Like it shouldn't even be a sweat out. Like there were so many opportunities to run away with it, it seemed. Defense is not there, and you have a defensive coach. And as they're turning the ball over, or they're falling, or giving the ball up, like they put the camera on Tom Thibodeau, and he's just shaking his head, got his arms crossed. But now you got to sweat it out. It's on Brunson, right? Here we go. Closing time, crunch time, winning time, and the Pistons have 9 lives. They have life. Something else I did during the break, I went back to the SNY broadcast. I have it recorded. In the first Juan Soto homer, they don't show you him going into the dugout. Oh, now Cat is hurt. Come on, don't just add to that. Don't add to the narrative. Cat is hurt now. Why is it that somebody's got to be hurt and come out every fourth quarter? Clay, is he cramping? Is this a cramp? What is this? I can't turn the volume up in here. Connor, let me know what it is with Cat. Is he acting? He's holding side. He's bent over. He's about to do the jump ball. Can you not do the jump ball? I hope he's just acting. Yeah, he just went up and swiped at this jump ball. So I don't know, bro. I'm like, these guys can't. If they score tonight, it is over. Folks. It's reps. It's just no way. You can't lose if like the momentum completely shifts. And like now I'm looking at the faces of the players. Like, you know how I said in the beginning the Knicks had like a snarl. The Knicks had like a tough look on their face. I don't see that now. Now it seems like they have some worry on their faces, and Dennis Schroeder smiling, and the Pistons are kind of looking like, yeah, we here, we all right. But yeah, still trying to go back and look at Juan Soto's 2 homers today and how he did or did not celebrate with his teammates in the dugout. I actually just realized I was looking at the Diamondbacks broadcast. Okay, here I have queued up Juan Soto's second at bat where he homers. Let's see if I'll get back to you on that. 'Cause I think it was Rich who called, and he's like, "Why does Juan Soto not hang out in the dugout and, like, celebrate with the team?" We got a quick little laugh about it, and I'm like, "I didn't see that. I gotta go look. Does he?" You know, Rich said he dips into the clubhouse. Like, is his family in there? And then that joke was a layup. I said, "Oh well, Juan Soto's mom wasn't allowed in the Yankee clubhouse, so now she goes and camps out down there. And she's been hiding out down there waiting for Juan Soto to hit his first City Field homer." 888-808-1019 as the Knicks are down 107-105. Let's go back to the phone. Ryan in East Islip, you got it. You're live. Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Nasty, how are you?
Forgot about that one.
Yeah, but I was gonna talk about the Knicks. I didn't think I'd get through in time. Obviously, sketchy game right now. So let me just jump ahead. I'm sure the rest of the calls will flow in after. My question right here is, I won't let the Knicks finish out. Do you think that there's any stock in the Yankees or the Mets going for Sandy Alcantara? I know he hasn't been performing well. He was on paternity leave. He's been a little shaky. I mean, a tough night the other night. Do you think that there's any volatility to what do you think?
Yeah, we've been talking about it. He hasn't been as ace-like as he's been in the past. Before his Tommy John surgery, I took a call where somebody said that. I took a call this week where someone said, hey, after Tommy John surgery, what about his innings limit? Like, are you trading for a guy that may have an innings limit put on him at the end of the year? I don't know what the price tag is going to be, but I know the Marlins are going to ask for a lot for him. I believe he's under control for another couple years after this. And the Marlins the Marlins don't spend any money. They would love to do a deal with the Yankees or the Mets and bring back like a haul of like 3 or 4 players, young, talented players. Like, I don't know if you remember Augustin Ramirez, the catcher that we traded for. Did we trade him for John Birdie? Oh no, we traded him for Jazz Chisholm. We traded Augustin Ramirez for Jazz Chisholm, and he made his debut I think a week or 2 ago, and he's looked pretty good.
Do you think that it's like a morale thing? Like, do you think that Alcantara's not performing as well, like just being on the Marlins and like all stuff surrounding that? Like, do you think he's performing any more?
No, I think it's just a first month of baseball and him being back after missing so much baseball type of thing. I don't think it's anything more than that. Okay, now I'm looking at Juan Soto. He daps up Pete Alonso. He goes into the dugout. He daps up everybody. Yeah, I'm watching the second home run right now. Yeah, he throws up 2 peace signs at the camera, and then he goes into the dugout.
Nick touched on the clip. But I saw that's the first time I've seen a little bit of energy from him, and I was like, all right, he needed to get that off his chest.
Okay, so count it. I don't know what Rich was talking about. I mean, what Rich was talking about, he does disappear into the dugout, but he celebrates with his fans. He did, or with his fans. He celebrates with his teammates. He did throw up the 2 fingers. His teammates are his fans too. He throws up the 2 fingers for the 2 home runs. That's enough for me. They don't have the OMG sign. What they need to get is that fan. I think it might have been the 7 line. Spring training, the first spring training game, Soto homers his first at bat, and somebody's holding up an SOTOMG sign, and I'm like, oh, is that a thing for this year?
I miss going. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a Mets fan. I'm not a hater of the Yankees. I was growing up. I'm not.
You can be. There's room for all of it.
I don't. There's no need to. I really. I'm a diehard. I wouldn't go to Yankee Stadium if they.
But the thing is, too, you don't have to be a Yankee hater 100% of the time, 20% of the time. Sometimes it increases to 50% of the time. We don't mind.
No, that's what it is, though. That's all of us.
That's what it is. That's the competition.
It's the culture. It is literally just what you learn in New York as a baseball fan. And like,
There's no Mets. I'm sorry. There's no Knicks Mets right now.
nah. I mean, as a net fan myself, and even when I was on the fan, I was always punching up. I know what it is. Like, there's no rivalry.
Right. No, I know. And you're the man. I appreciate you taking my call, man. I'll be able to great night, okay?
Thanks for the call, Ryan. 888-808-1019. So yeah, I have debunked the Juan Soto you're not celebrating with his teammates. He did on the second home run. Now I'm in search of the first home run to see, do they do something? So I'm like, yeah, you got to pose, but if you don't have an OMG sign, what's the pose? He went with the, two fingers. Really, that's four. He should have just thrown up one finger with the deuces and the peace sign for the two home runs. Now I'm trying, okay, here we go. I'm getting there. But also with the Knicks, bro, I don't know. I'm sorry, yo. They better wake up now. It ain't looking good. I don't know why they act like this. Robbie's in Lennox before we probably go to break.
25-9. 25-9 in the fourth quarter, kid. 25-9. This team is so stupid.
Okay.
I mean, you play great, first quarter, and then you get out for 13-24 in the second quarter, right? Then you play a great third quarter, and then you sneak in the fourth quarter. I mean, how many touches did Carl Anthony Towns get? Like, can you please explain to me why Carl Anthony Towns cannot post up underneath the basket? And why is it that every time Cade Cunningham gets the ball, okay, every time he gets the ball, the Knicks just allow him to go into the paint and score? You know, they're the NBA version of the New York Rangers team. They're the softest damn team I've ever seen in my life. Whether it's Bridges, whether it's OG, whether it's Pat, this team is soft. I'm sorry, I love Jalen Brunson. He's a terrific player, but he dribbles and he dribbles and he dribbles and he dribbles. What is an NBA coach doing? What does Tom Thibodeau call? These guys can't even run an effing wheel play that I ran in junior high school in New York when I was a kid. Why can't they just run a simple pick and roll? They can't run pick and roll properly.
Yeah, they just don't. It's just not. I don't know.
9 points. How the hell do you have 5 guys on the court like this and score 9 points?
Well,
It's ridiculous. I know it's going to go to game 7 if they don't win, but do you really have confidence that they won game 7?
no.
Anyway, Steve, thanks for your time. By the way, you know what the best thing right now in New York is? Aaron Judge. I mean,
Yeah, all time. Incredible. We are witnesses, and we are witnessing one of the greatest ever.
They don't come back and win tonight, Steve.
Maybe they got 2.5 minutes. They better. That would be heroic. That would be sensational. Right now, come back, wake up, and win by 1. Maybe you get a no call. Maybe you get a lucky bounce.
Right. Steve, let me tell you something. I know you're too young, but when I was a kid in 1976, I used to go see the Nets on Long Island. You want to appreciate a team. That team was so much fun. Kevin Lowry was the coach, and they won the ABA championship in '76. And that's when the three-pointer was used with intelligence, not like it is now. Oh, let's flip chucking like OG Ananobi, like a couple of minutes ago, throwing up a three when you had an entire lane just to go stuff the damn ball. These guys are obsessed with threes. It's become so.
Yeah, they camp out. I saw that play. He was camped out, and he was waiting for that. Even though there was no one, it was uncontested, no one in front of him. That signals, hey, I'm shooting this three.
Right.
But
I'm not going to drive to the day of basket, right? With an entire lane in front of me when I'm supposed
yeah. The percentages. Thanks for the call, Robbie. The percentages for some of these guys that shooting the three is a high percentage shot. They don't feel like they need to run and dunk and whatever. I don't know. A couple things. I went back now and I researched. I saw it in real time. The first time Juan Soto hit a home run, him and Starling Marte were in the dugout. He threw up the peace sign. I think it was 2-1 though, so it wasn't like the whole team was celebrating or whatever. He threw up the peace sign. The second time, more of his teammates joined in. He threw up the 2 peace signs. So Juan Soto gave us some celebration and a smile today. They just lost the game. It's as simple as that. Looks like the Knicks are about to lose the game, but they might not lose the game. They need to make some plays here. Act like you're trying to eliminate these guys. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the game should be decided. Knicks fans, call me up. 888-808-1019. KMAM returns right after this. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's see. Juan Soto hits his first Citi Field homer. Juan Soto hits his first Citi Field homer, then homers again. Let's lose game, series, baseball season. All right, I'm gonna pee because this game's gonna end, and I think people are gonna have a lot to say. Actually, I'll wait because we might get a break. Actually, no, I gotta pee.
Just one he got inside there. Yeah. You always put a full bag because sometimes if you put one bag, if it bursts, it leaks inside that.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I remember that's not I took those back. I was doing that.
I always double because Nagi just complain when you put one bag and it leaks, it's gonna be stink.
And then you gotta end up washing out the garbage.
Yeah. Then you have to make it harder for you. You have to go wash the bucket.
Fuck.
This is crazy. Cat fouled out. They gonna hate on Cat. Cat fouled out. They gonna hate on his ass for sure. You know it's coming. You know it's coming, bro. I need eye drops and my glasses. Woo! Yo. Oh, I don't know if I have my glasses. Oh, I got these other ones. I got my backups. They're cooked, y'all. Oh man, here we go. One possession game. Was a 1-point game. It's 113-111. Detroit Pistons over your New York Knicks. Seconds left to go here. 49.8 seconds left to go here. It's winning time. It's crunch time. Karl Anthony Towns fouled out of the game. Seems like Jalen Brunson, last time he had the ball, he was guarded by Asor Thompson. Nowhere to go. So now you're without a shot creator in Karl Anthony Towns. But you're in a game where Mikal Bridges has 23 points, OG Anunoby has 22 points. Brunson has 37. He's probably going for 40 here. What are you doing? Go to the hoop. He stopped his dribble off the inbound. All right. We're all kind of watching this together. Closing time. Oh, Mikal Bridges. Off the Brunson miss, Mikal Bridges has been clutch, solid. Tired of hearing about them 5 picks. We got a tie game here, folks. This is what you live for. Playoff basketball. Motown versus the Big Apple. Cade Cunningham with the ball. Stop him. I was going to say, again, they let him just walk to the rack and lay? No. Now the officials get involved. Anywho, I don't know. What you guys want to talk about? Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's little girlfriend? I don't know. We got to change the subject right now. It's tense. It's tense at 20.6 seconds left. Yeah, I'll do the Jordan Hudson. I try to stay out of the whole Bill Belichick having a young girlfriend thing. His girlfriend's too young for me, honestly. But hey, to each his own. You know, to each his own. Do you. Congratulations to you, whatever. But now, just this week, it's taken a turn. And, I was minding my business until I learned that the reason we won't get the Hard Knocks that we were about to get, right? Remember, it was the Giants ruined the offseason Hard Knocks for obvious reasons. Saquon Barkley, what went down there. And then they were going to pivot to UNC Chapel Hill and show us, okay, Bill Belichick going to the college ranks and being a college coach. And supposedly, his little 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, wanted full creative control, right? She wanted to be so involved with the filming of Hard Knocks, it raised some red flags from HBO. And I love Hard Knocks. I think I've watched every Hard Knocks since it came out, really. Even some of the in-season Hard Knocks I've watched. It was with the Bears last year in training camp, and then in season it was with the AFC North. I've watched the Dolphins, the Cardinals in season Hard Knocks, and obviously, the last few years the Jets on there. But yeah, when I heard that Jordan Hudson was instrumental in ending the UNC Hard Knocks operation, I'm like, why? because she wants control. And you know what's weird about Bill Belichick? He was in full control of the Patriots for years as they built a dynasty, and so much control that when he met with the media and the media wanted to peek inside, that's got to go down. Bang! Bang! Put up the 3 sign. JB. Captain Clutch. Cape on. That I saw that in real time. Stop my train of thought. I was filling time talking about this nonsense with Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend. But Jalen Brunson, let that be the dagger. Play defense. Like, if there's any time for y'all to play defense now. Let this guy have this moment. Asor Thompson left you wide open. Bang. Bangarang. Gotta love it. Playoff basketball. Jalen Brunson. Captain. Clutch player of the year. King of New York. King of the city. Putting the city on his back. Winning time. That's why they pay him the big bucks, and he left some of the big bucks off the table. He said, it's all good. I'm going to get plenty money. I know what I'm going to do in the clutch. I know what I'm going to do down the stretch. That is a moment right there. That's going to be dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. 4.3 seconds left. The New York Knicks lead 116-113 over Detroit. And it is as quiet as an 8-mile mouse in Little Caesars Arena right now. Let's see how this one ends. 888-808-1019. I know you're going to hit the line as soon as this one goes to zeros. Pistons have to inbound, and they need a 3 to tie. Cade Cunningham sends it in. Tick, 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 tick. He tries to get it to Malik Beasley. It's off his hands, out of bounds. Game. Knicks. Knicks in 6. Knicks in 6. I told y'all. Yay! All right, told y'all to breathe in, breathe out, exhale, think positive thoughts. That's the game and the series, and that is a classic. They were failing. They were folding. And then Superman put his cape on. Count it. Count it. 888-808-1019. I always like to see series end and seasons end and emotions and the look on, guys' faces. This is the highest level of basketball. Look at Karl-Anthony Towns. Karl-Anthony Towns is the happiest guy because he was the look at Karl-Anthony Towns ran out there. Karl-Anthony Towns ran on the field. He said, "Yes." Cat hit the court. He said, "Yes." The sound was off in here. I imagine that's how he sounded, because out of all 5 Knicks starters, he was the lowest scoring guy, and he fouled out the game. So for them to win that game, they just saved him from a ton of scrutiny for the next 3 days. It would have been all Thursday night, Friday into Saturday. Karl-Anthony Towns this, Karl-Anthony Towns that. Karl-Anthony Towns is soft. Karl-Anthony Towns did nothing in the closeout game. Karl-Anthony Towns fouled out. Nope. Brunson said, I got you, Brody. This should be a great post game. We'll try and get some audio from that. Mikal Bridges right now has the headset on talking to the good folks at MSG. We'll see what they'll let us grab courtesy of them. But yeah, Taking your calls at 888-808-1019. 90 minutes left in this show. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM. We're going till midnight. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan. Ross, how you feeling? You can exhale now. It's done. The Knicks won.
Oh my God, dude! Go get the statue ready. Get the statue ready. Talking about taking the pay cut and everything. And I know he has his peaks and valleys in the regular season, but that shot alone, that surpasses the Devo shot, man. And how about Beasley? How about Beasley? All the crap talking online. He had the butterfingers on that last play. Whoopsie daisy on the baseline. Oh my God, man, that's beautiful. You know I can't stand the city of Detroit. It's just on that front, but just overall, man, the fact that they tried blowing this game every which way they could, and Detroit just found one last chance to one-up them in that category. And man, oh man, it was ugly, but it gave us a clip that we'll see down the road. Look how many times we replay that DiVincenzo clip, and that didn't even win the series. This Jalen Brunson just won the damn series with one single shot, and the fact that the guy who was clowning around, talking all that, you know what, BS online. I was telling you about the, bulletin board material and how this team had a backbone, and they take it as motivation, and the fact that it's cinematic that he's the one that lets it bobble out of bounds, man. So even though it wasn't the prettiest series, hey man, this is one for the ages, and all that young.
Oh, get that Malik Beasley clip I sent you.
And then you also have the best. Like if I had to see Schroeder or Beasley, the man of the hour, or former Knicks Tim Hardaway hit one more three on us, I was like, oh, I swear to God, man. But holy hell, what a series! And hey man, put up or shut up now, Boston. You didn't beat them once in the regular season. Whole new ball game. It's a new season, baby. Playoff, whole new story. Go prove everybody wrong. But hey man, what a game for the ages. Go New York, go. Unreal.
Thanks for the call, Ross. 888-808-1019 if you'd like to get your thoughts across. If you'd like to weigh in on the Knicks' first-round victory over the Detroit Pistons. Knicks in 6. You heard it right here first. I told you Knicks in 6. I don't know what anybody else predicted on the Fan, but I was pretty consistent. Knicks in 6 as soon as we knew who they were matching up against. Now, the way that ended with Malik Beasley, Butterfinger Beasley, all that talking, we've got some audio. Let's hear what Malik Beasley had to say pregame today after he had the opportunity to catch and shoot the three to tie it, and he ended up turning it over, and eventually he's the last person on the Pistons to touch the ball and end their season. Let's hear from young Malik Beasley before the game today.
Malik, you trolling the Celtics on Twitter. No comment. You think you guys can break that mental battle?
Mental battle? That's the whole year. We got to be mentally strong to everybody. I think we are that mentally strong team. We got to continue to keep doing what we do.
Do you enjoy kind of being an antagonist? Taking on that role as sort of an antagonist?
I'm not an antagonist. I'm just having fun.
Okay, so Malik Beasley said they're the more mentally tough, they're the mentally stronger team. What the reporter was referring to was his Twitter account where Chris Riley, a Knicks fan, says Mikal's going for 44 on Thursday. You weren't that far off. Just 19 points off. Mikal Bridges ends up having 25. Mikal Bridges ends up having 1 3 made, add another block, 3 assists, 4 rebounds. And Malik Beasley responded to that tweet saying 44 minutes. No, that's a hell of a game out of Mikal Bridges. He was as pumped as anybody to see his boy Jalen Brunson ended like that. And that reminds you that these are champions that these guys won in college, and that's their championship medal. Crunch time, winning time, they could have folded, but they wanted it more than the Pistons. Ultimately, they end the Pistons season in Detroit. The Pistons don't win a game. They don't win a game. Let me go back to my handy-dandy notes because the Pistons, I don't think they've won a game. I don't think they've won a game since 2008, maybe. Detroit Pistons last home playoff win. I know I had it in my notes when we were going into the series. When was the last time the Pistons won against New York? No, this isn't what I'm looking for, but I know it's been a long time. They didn't add to their long history. They were swept in 2019. They were swept in 2015-16. They were swept in 2008, 2009. Yeah, I think I said 2008. They haven't won a game in Detroit since 2008. And that continues. They didn't win a game in Little Caesars Arena this whole series. As much as we have criticized the Knicks, as much as we have poked and prodded and diagnosed and even proclaimed what was going to happen when they lost, they did not lose. So they continue on. They will meet the Boston Celtics in the next round. And now we can start talking about that matchup. Now we can start thinking about that matchup. 888-808-1019. Looking for Knicks fans to check in on the line. I've got people in my chat. Shout out to Ben from the Sports Pod. He says, yeah, Keith Brunson, baby. All of you Jalen Brunson fans, Jalen Brunson has a high-selling jersey. I know I talked about seeing Jalen Brunson at Fanatics Fest. We'll see you there again this year, June 20th through 22nd. I said, when I saw the mob of people lined up and chasing after Jalen Brunson in New York, in the Javits Center, that's what made it really real to me, that like this guy is a king here. They haven't won anything yet. We get it. We know you got to win to be king. But what he's done for the Knicks, him taking less money, him coming here being, the point guard that was promised more than actually what was promised, he's got it like that. So now you don't see Brunson go out in the fourth quarter. You don't see Brunson go down with an injury. And you do see, again, how clutch is this guy? It's actually ridiculous. As we talk about this guy being the clutch player of the year and the cape on, like what he just did, when he's got ice in his veins when the game is on the line. Malik Beasley couldn't even catch the ball. Jalen Brunson just closed him out. Let's go to Mark in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, Mark?
What's up, Keith? I just wanted to say, great win, great win. The biggest mistake they made is chanting flopper because Brunson was kind of lackadaisical. Youngie wasn't on his game as much in that fourth as he usually is. Then when they chanted that, you could see the switch turn on, and that was it. Once that happened, I knew it was game, man. Congratulations to him. Let's go, Knicks. Oh, my God.
Thank goodness we got it done in 6. You don't have to go back to the Garden.
Thanks for the call, Mark. See, that's what I can't get while I'm in here in studio live on air. I can't have the TV on. So they're chanting flopper. How are you? Flopper, flopper. He's a flopper. I've said this through this whole series. The Knicks need to go on the road. They need to be the villains. They need to feel that negative energy. They need to be there when they're chanting F you, Brunson. They need to be, the villains. And I guess, Brunson does love it. That's what his coach said about him. He likes that stuff. He feeds off that stuff. So, boom, there you go. For this year, this season, we don't know what is going to happen in the Celtics series, but nobody in the world, nobody in the basketball world, in the sports world expects the Knicks to beat the Celtics. Okay, crazier things have happened. At least they meet the Celtics. At least they go on to meet the Celtics. And the party is on outside in the streets of New York, outside of Madison Square Garden, as they're showing the watch party and the Knicks fans out there. Good. Enjoy it. Celebrate it. You don't know when the next series is going. You know what I'm saying? They've had second round exits all of these years. Enjoy tonight, and enjoy tonight coming at the hands of your captain, your point guard, Jalen Brunson, all-star this year, the face of your franchise. Patrick is in Amityville, New York. Pat, you're on the fan.
Bing bong!
The Bing Bongers are back. That whole thing started with a win over the Celtics. That's all you got, Pat? That's okay. 888-808-1019. Pat's topic was about how, this is a vintage moment for Brunson. I think you add it to some other moments for sure. I think that Brunson is going to remember this one, and a lot of us will remember this one as far as what this series was advertised as. Cade Cunningham is the best player on the floor. I'd have to disagree. Cade Cunningham is the best player on the floor. Jalen Brunson is the best player on the floor. Karl Anthony Towns wasn't even on the floor when it happened. Let's go to Mario in Long Beach. You're back on the fan.
Oh, psyched up about this game, man. Really, big time, big time.
Keith, Cade Cunningham is not only not the best player, he's not even close to Brunson. Not even the same planet right now as Brunson, you know? Maybe as time goes on, he'll be a little bit better, but not right now. I mean, the guy is unbelievable, right?
Yeah, Cade Cunningham is a little wet behind the ears, as they say, and he's gonna learn and he's gonna be back. But like, that's a 40 burger. That's a 40 ball from Jalen Brunson in the closeout game with a signature 3 where he shook off Asur Thompson and just hit the dagger and threw his signature 3-point celebration up. Like, that one is dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. That's ESPN top 10 tonight.
Did you see the layup that Cunningham, like I think it was about 20 seconds ago, he tried to drive for a left? I know you're on the air, so I don't know if you got a chance to see all this, but he tried to drive for a left. He didn't even hit the rim.
Yeah, I saw, and as he's going, I'm like, are they going to let him do this? Nope, it wasn't a good look.
It looked like he was open.
It looked like he was doing what he had did earlier in the game. Take that step to the rim, and he's a big body, and he gets there in a couple steps, but no, he didn't have it late. He finishes with 23 points. But all in all, this was Brunson's game to close them out, and he was also aided by Mikal Bridges with a great performance, dropping 25 points, having the big dunk over Cade Cunningham, and also OG Anunoby getting into his bag. He knocked down 4 3-point shots tonight.
Yep, and I'll leave you with one thing. I think I give him a puncher's chance against Boston because I do believe that Brunson is the best player on both teams. I really do. If I want the ball at the end of the game, I'll take it in Brunson's hands over anybody on Boston. Is Tatum great? Yeah, but they don't rely on him. Without Brunson, the Knicks can't even win. There's so much pressure on Brunson.
Yeah.
10 seconds to go, ball in the hand. That's why he's clutch player of the year. He's number one. It isn't even close. You know who he beat out? He beat out Jokic. He beat out Steph Curry. He beat out Ant-Man and Luka. And it wasn't even close.
Yeah, no, because the numbers of what he does in the fourth quarter and winning time, it's not close at all. Thanks for the call, Mario. I don't want to say what I actually think about the Celtics series. I'll say this. Orlando was able to get a game off the Celtics. I think the Knicks will be able to get a game off the Celtics. But we watched the regular season. Playoffs aren't the regular season. But also, let's enjoy this tonight. Let's enjoy this moment right now, because this moment is going to evaporate, expire, and go away. And yeah, the rest of the night, you are going to start looking ahead. You are going to start thinking about that matchup. And when you do think about that matchup, it doesn't feel like a matchup that I don't know. We'll get there. Phil is in Toms River, New Jersey on the Fan. Hello, Phil.
How you doing, Keith? Before I make my point, I just want to say, I'm good friends around, and God bless your big.
We're losing you a little bit. You're coming in a little choppy. We can't make out what you're saying, Phil. Thanks for the call. I'll put you on hold, though. I didn't hang up. Maybe if you can get to somewhere with a better connection, we'll bring you back in. Let's go to Jersey and talk to Jerry on the Fan. Hello, Jerry. Jubilation. What a feeling. Victory.
Go in the playoffs.
Hey, it's a good feeling to get out of the series. It's a good feeling to win like that. Especially, they took you on a little bit of a ride there. It was like they were failing. It was like they were folding. It was like they didn't want to win.
That was crazy. That fourth quarter was retarded. I mean, they crossed up through.
Thanks for the call, guys. Yeah, I was a little worried. Talk about the Knicks taking us on a ride. I didn't know if you guys were going to take us on a ride. You might have had a couple of brewskis. Might have had a couple of brouhahas. I didn't know what y'all were about to say. But yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Not much better than getting together with the gang, having the homies with you. You're all feeling the same things as you're watching the game, and you go on that emotional roller coaster together, and then when it ends, you come out victorious. The thrill of victory. Let's go back to Phil in Toms River, see if his connection is better now. What's up, Phil?
Hey, Keith, you hear me better now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before I make my point, I just wanted to tell you that your baby boy is beautiful. My wife was at the baby shower.
Oh, great. Okay. Yes, I think yes, now I know, full circle who you are, and that has been put together. So thank you. Yes.
I was watching the Knicks game, the whole Knicks game. The fourth quarter,
there must have been a lid on the basket for the Knicks until like you said, Brunson put on his cape.
Yeah, I think there was like a 22-2 run by the Pistons. Seemed like everything was going their way. The Knicks couldn't stop them, and when they had the ball, they couldn't put it in the hoop. And I thought they were folding. I'm like, there's no way. It was all Pistons. And then in the final seconds, the final like minute, is all Brunson.
Yeah, that's what you said. I hear you. Thanks for the call, Keith. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the call, Phil. 888-808-1019. Even that Mikal Bridges bucket, that was off the Brunson miss put back. I'm going to the box score now to see how that all unfolded late there. Just an epic win. Just a way to like stop the bleeding and get it done. Yep. Jalen Brunson, 25-foot three-pointer. Mikal Bridges tip shot off of the Brunson miss. Brunson makes 2-point shot. Great close. It was even when it was a 1-point game, it was just like you felt like momentum had swung back to the Pistons. But again, the Pistons don't win a game on their floor. That was a crazy ending. Al is out on Long Beach Island. What's up, Al? You're in there.
I'll tell you what, they're fun to watch and they make me crazy. 37 points in the first quarter, 22 in the second, 37 in the third, and then 21 in the fourth. You talk about going up and down, and then in the fourth quarter they're up 12. And I look at the guys, I go, listen, just play defense and rebound, and don't give up any runs. And then what happens? They give up a 20-2 run. I'm like, there's no run. Just play straight basketball here in the fourth quarter. You'll be fine. They give up a 20-2 run. Then they're down 7 with under 2 minutes to go. It's like, you couldn't win.
Cat fouls out, and it's like, all right, you take one shot maker off the floor and Cat, so it's all on Brunson, and he's able to shoulder the weight.
Unbelievable. And let me ask you this. My philosophy is you're up 3 with 4 seconds to go. I foul there because you know what? I don't know if you saw it yet. Beasley catches that ball. He's wide open. I mean, he's wide open. He catches that ball.
He doesn't catch it though. Like, yeah.
But you figure an NBA player is going to catch the ball, but he's wide open. He ties that game up like foul. They can only make 2 foul shots. Only 4 seconds to go. That's the way I would do it. But listen,
Didn't have to. Yeah.
you take the win, you move on. The Celtics are going to be a tough hill to climb. You look at the Celtics, and I know you don't want to do it yet, but if you go real quick, Brunson cancels out Jaylen Brown, Cat cancels out Tatum, and then who's the next 3 best players?
I don't know if I could cancel them out. Thanks for the call, Al. I don't know if I'm canceling them out. When you say cancel them out, you think they're the better players? They get the best of those guys? Like Brunson struggles being defended by those guys. He's just not. They're just longer defenders. Like Kristaps Porzingis is a problem. If you guys want to do it already, if you want to already kill your moment and start to think about the next series, Michael is in Westchester on the Fan. Go for it, Michael.
Keith, what's going on, man? Hey, listen, hell of a win by the Knicks tonight, but based off of what you were just saying, I had my glory in the moment after they won. Brunson saved us again, but I couldn't help but go straight to Boston. I mean, we didn't win against them in the regular season, and I know postseason is completely different from regular season, but based off what the other caller just said with the canceling out, I don't know about that. It's just, I'm having a hard time grasping how things are going to go for us. We went up against an unexperienced Pistons team. Their best player at times didn't play well, and they were still in the game. It was some scrappy wins by the Knicks. Yes, we pulled it out, but you catch the Celtics on a night where they don't miss their threes, man. It's going to be a tough go round for us Knicks, man.
Yeah, they're a tough matchup, and they've been a tough matchup. Thanks for the call, Michael. All season, the Knicks struggled against them, and it didn't matter who was or wasn't playing. The one game that the Magic got off of the Celtics in the first round, Franz Wagner goes off for 32, Paolo Banchero, 29. And when you look at the Celtics, they were able to, Jason Tatum had 36, but they were able to keep Jaylen Brown under 20, Derek White under 20, Kristaps Porzingis only had 7, Al Horford had 6. But then if you go to those other games, like what the biggest thing is, they have stars, they are cohesive, they've played together. I remember last year when I saw them put this team together, I said, who allowed this? Who allowed them to put this team together with veterans and the depth of their bench? The Celtics bench, the Knicks have no bench. This is the second series. The Celtics can go to their bench and get points off their bench. They have guys that hit shots. And even if they don't, like the matchup of Jaylen Brown guarding Jalen Brunson, and I know people think Mikal Bridges can check Jason Tatum. He can't. And Kristaps, the last time we saw Kristaps in the Garden, like he's going to be turned up for this series. So let's just enjoy tonight. The Knicks win. Go New York. Go New York. Go. Zach is in Maho Pack, New York on the Fan. What's up, Zach?
Let's go, Nick. Let's go, Brunson. He's the king of New York. And to Malik Beasley, for all that smack you were talking on Twitter the last 2 weeks, you pathetic loser that got the ball out of bounds, pack your bags and go to China. Matter of fact, put in the application of Little Caesars instead of playing in the Little Caesars Arena.
Pizza. Yeah, Malik Beasley did a lot of yapping, a lot of talking, but ultimately, he's eliminated. And a great little story, a great little year for the Detroit Pistons, right? Going from 14 wins to, I think, 44 wins and a playoff team, and a great story. And that city is really rallying around their sports teams, right? The Detroit Tigers are in first place, coming off of defeating the Houston Astros in the wild card round last year. The Lions should have gotten to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They folded in the second half against the 49ers, and then they also folded in the first round against Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. But like, there's a little bit of a renaissance going on in Detroit. They had the draft there last year. The Pistons are back. So they didn't win a game in Detroit, but I'm sure their fans enjoyed winning at least 2 out of the series. I told you I was giving them credit to get at least 2. I don't know why some people were overhyping the Pistons, thinking they could win the series. Jalen Brunson just had an all-time play with the ball in his hands and the clock going under 10 seconds, crossing up Asor Thompson, shaking him off, throwing him about 4 feet away, going back to the top, and bang, dropping that 3-ball to really just put the dagger in him. Knicks win 116-113 in 6 games. Brunson with a 40-ball. James is in Orlando before we get to the 11 o'clock break. What's up, James?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm chilling. That was a fun game to watch. And the calls, I just know what type of time of year it is. Even when I was coming in tonight, I'm like, man, being on as like a watch-along, ride-along host during the game, like we did the same thing through the Sixers series last year. It's always fun.
Man, what a great win. I'll tell you one thing, man. If you was the manager, what adjustment they have to do to play the Celtics? Because, I mean,
try to let some of these guys play off the bench. Try to let Precious Achiuwa get involved. That's why I think that's where it's the second series. It's later in the year. We're in May now. These guys are gonna get tired, and the Celtics can bring guys off their bench that can hit the 3. The Knicks struggle to defend the 3, where those minutes are crucial. And then when you get down the stretch, it can't just be Brunson. The reason the Knicks won tonight is because you got 25 points out of Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges, 22 points out of OG. They didn't, obviously the 40 ball, but early in the game to have those guys cooking, they played 44 minutes each. They end up dropping, 47 points for you. That's huge. That's huge. The Knicks bench scored 6 points.
They all got to be in the same page. As long as they're in the same page, I'm telling you, they could do it. I really believe they could do it. They have to be in the same page, and hey, let's go Knicks all the way, baby.
There you go. You're a fan of the Knicks. You're supposed to believe. You're not supposed to quit on your team. You're a fan of the Knicks. You say anything can happen. I don't ever like to wish injury on anybody, and I'm not. But I say this, and if you've listened to my show, I say it every year. Every year, a star goes down in the playoffs. Right now, Steph Curry's got a swollen left thumb. Who would have predicted that? Like, every year a star player comes up with an ankle or an Achilles or something. Not wishing that on the Celtics or Knicks, but as we get further and further through these rounds, it just happens. You hear the word attrition used a lot about the Knicks, and they're healthy right now. They get out of the first round, and they do it in 6 games. And they're led by their captain, Jalen Brunson. Mark is in Westchester. Quickly, before we go to break, Mark, what you got?
First of all, besides that, I would like to tell you how I think the next matchup will against the Celts. I don't really mind that. But something else, a play that Brunson made that almost gets lost in the shuffle, and you were reading through the box score, you mentioned a 2 that he got. This doesn't show up in the box score. I think this was the play that brought the Knicks from 4 down to 2 down with under a minute. He was under the basket in a tight formation, and one of the guys, I think it was Thompson, was right on him. And under the basket, he was slicing and dicing and rocking and rolling, slid it free, and did this amazing shot. It was an impossible 2. And that's it shouldn't get lost in the shuffle. It's up there almost with that winning 3-pointer.
That's just winning basketball, winning time, being clutch in the moment, and not letting the moment be too big, especially against an opponent facing elimination. They just turned it on at the end when they needed it most.
Yeah, the announcers were talking about, they were amazed, astonished that was an impossible shot. The winning 3-pointer, that's the shot of the year. This is a darn close second.
It's good to have a guy like Jalen Brunson, the clutch player of the year. All right, let's break here. When we come back, we'll do the big shot of the night. I bet you could guess who the big shot of the night is, who just made the biggest shot of this NBA season for your New York Knicks. It's the last hour of my show, open mic time, whatever you guys want to talk about in sports. But I know it's New York. The Knicks won. The Knicks have advanced. The Knicks will play the Celtics on Monday. It's Keith McPherson on The Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. One minute. Clear my text. What's up, Marco?
Yep.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Knicks blew a 12-point fourth quarter lead, went down 7 with 2.5 minutes left, but Jalen Brunson to the rescue. 40 points for Jalen Brunson, including that dagger for the lead, as the Knicks able to survive the Pistons 116-113. Mike Breen to call MSG. Knicks got all but 6 points out of their starters, as Mikal Bridge is huge. He had 25, OG Anunoby 22, Josh Hart 13 points, 10 rebounds despite being in foul trouble all night, and Karl-Anthony Towns had 10 and 15 rebounds before he fouled out. But as the Knicks are able to survive in advance, they win it in 6. Look at the Celtics starting Monday night. Juan Soto broke out in a big way, blasted his first 2 homers at Citi Field, but not enough. Diamondbacks handled the Mets 4-2. Zach Allen struck out 8 over 6 innings of 1-run ball, while Kodai Senga lasted just 4. 1 run, 87 pitches, wasn't completely himself. And the Rangers reported close to handing Mike Sullivan one of the largest contracts ever for a coach, as Blue Shirt is said to be close to getting the 2-time Stanley Cup winner. Spent the last 10 years in Pittsburgh. 60 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city, home of the big shots. And tonight's big shot of the night goes to the guy that just hit the biggest shot of the season, Jalen Brunson, the captain, the Cape Crusader, Captain Clutch, the Clutch Player of the Year. I mean, there's a reason they're calling this guy the King of New York. He just put the city on his back when they needed him most. I mean, he drops 40 points, 7 assists, and I'm just still looking at how far he shook Asor Thompson off him. Like, with the clock running down, like, that's what you dream of. That's what we all did as kids. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, bang! Jalen Brunson, 40 points, 7 assists, 4 rebounds, and hits 3 3-pointers tonight and 1 huge dagger to quiet all the flopper chants and the FU Brunson chants coming out of Little Caesars Arena. Let's talk about it. 888-808-1019. Let me know if you saw something or you heard something that I didn't see. I'm in here hosting the show during the whole game, watching with the sound off, taking what I could take from Twitter. And, yeah, you guys saw it. You guys watched it. Big moment for all the Knicks fans. Definitely going to be moment of the year. So let's get back into it. 888-808-1019. Lou in New York. You're on the Fan.
Yeah, man, I watched that game. It was a beautiful game. They played hard, but New York always gives us hell, and they always makes it hard for us. Towns, 9 points. You got to do better than that. He has to do better than that if we're going to even compete with the Celtics. What do you think?
Yeah, Towns, I was laughing. Shout out to my guy Mo. I was just texting because he texted me at, what time was it? He texted me at 10:06. He says, I'm sorry, Cat is terrible. And I'm like, bro, they bailed him out so much. Like, he fouled out of the game. He wasn't having a good night. He finished with 10 points. But if they lost that game, who would be the guy getting the brunt of the ire, most of the blame? Everybody would be pointing at Karl Anthony Towns. He owes Brunson a watch or something.
Bridges don't score 25 points or 15 points, they lose that game.
Oh yeah. Runner up.
To Brunson, incredible. He put that boy on skates.
You love to see it. And like, that is what we talk about. Like, you know how hard it is to be that good with the game and the series on the line? You know how hard it is to be that good? That's why I like the videos of him working out as a kid with his pops. Like, this dude was made to play basketball. He's got ice in his veins. And his Villanova boy had his back. That tip in from Mikal Bridges was clutch, and I still can't get over the dunk on Cade Cunningham. That's when I knew he wasn't playing around. I'm like, oh, Bridges is on one tonight. He's tired of hearing about the 5 picks. This is his first opportunity on the road to close out a series in a Knicks uniform. He needed some type of signature play and moment to kind of back off all the talk of the fans saying, this guy's not worth 5 picks. That dunk he had over Cunningham, that tip in that he had late in the game, together, Brunson and Mikal Bridges get it done. And you got to give credit to OG Anunoby too. Like I said, OG Anunoby with the 22 points, 4 threes, and early in the game, Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby being offensive options when Cat didn't have it. Chris is out in Michigan. Chris, you were at Little Caesars Arena tonight?
Yeah, Keith, I've actually went to all 3 games being a Knicks fan that lives in Michigan. The only time I kind of get to watch them play is when they come here.
Awesome. So you literally saw it and heard it way better than I could in here in a soundproof studio with the sound off. Tell us.
It was loud. Just real quick, the game I went to last Thursday, the first game in LCA, wasn't too bad, and the Pistons ended up winning obviously. But the game that was at Sunday, the last one they played there before tonight, I actually got mustard and all that stuff thrown at me in my Brooklyn jersey because of the way the game ended with the no call. So tonight, I wore my Brunson jersey again, all cleaned up. I kind of was staying quiet the whole game, just hearing all the floppers, chants and everything that was going on. But when he shook Asura Thompson, it reminded me of the Jordan on Byron Russell. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Of course.
All the time. It looked just like that from where I was sitting. I stood up. I held my hand out like Brunson does. The ball goes in. And I just had a feeling it was over. But this has been an amazing run. And I'm going to soak it in as a Knicks fan. And I don't even want to make up Celtics right now. I'm still riding on like an adrenaline.
Yeah, I mean, to be in there and then look at the redemption you got. Someone threw some stuff on you. You wash your jersey up. You come back and they get sent home tonight. Like the Knicks put them away tonight, and it's Brunson in such a clutch way. Like it is very similar to Jordan's the shot, but Brunson is so cold-blooded. Like Jordan jumped up and celebrated. Brunson just threw his little 3 in the air. He just threw his signature 3-point celly in the air. And the way he looked at the fans in there was like, shut up.
And the best part about it is they did all that ticket restriction. So no one outside of the state of Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana could buy tickets. And it kind of came back and bit them right on the ass. So you know what? Let's go Knicks.
Great call, Chris, and great insight. Thank you for that. I love stuff like that. Like he's a New York fan living out in Michigan, listening to the fan. Just told us a story about going there on Sunday, and with the no call, fans react towards him. Somebody throws some ketchup mustard at him. Y'all are better than me, man. Like I'll be going to jail. I wouldn't be going for it. You throw something at me, we got a problem. But he kept it cool and knew he was coming back. And he comes back and gets the sweet redemption, right? Like you live for moments like that in the playoffs. You live, especially like living in Michigan, your team that you root for comes to Michigan. You get to go to all the games. They didn't win a game in Little Caesars Arena. They lost all 3 of those games. And Brunson being the guy that's getting, most of the smoke, most of the fans chant at him, he gets to shut everybody up and send everybody home for the season. He is a villain. I don't know if they even have. They got to have one Cleveland radio station. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they especially tonight have a nighttime host on. Maybe we have the sister station. But I'm sure it sounds a lot different. Not Cleveland. I don't even know. I'm thinking Cleveland because I'm thinking of Jordan. I'm thinking of the shot with Jordan. Detroit, excuse me. Yeah, somebody's on the radio in Detroit tonight, and they're killing Malik Beasley. They're killing JB Bickerstaff. And the Knicks reign victorious. Enjoy it. 888-808-1019. Oscar in Queens next up on the fan. You got it, bro.
Yo, it's like James Brown used to say, right on, right on. Right on, right on. He brings it back.
long time, first time, original 1987 WFAN fan, and I'm reliving my 30 years of listening to you guys and talking about the Knicks. And here we are with another signature win on the road. I got his jersey. I don't wear jerseys because last jersey I wore was KT and he was traded. And Jesus, I got yours. But tomorrow I'm throwing down my Brunson jersey on, brand new. But and you were saying things that you missed because you were working. That play that gentleman said about under the basket, that he turned, he pit. Those sneakers must have glue because he never. It could have been anybody else would have been called for a travel because he twisted, turned, went this way, back, and made it impossible shot because he was right under the basket and made the shot that tied the game.
The will to win, just wanting it more than your opponent, refusing to lose. They did not go back to Detroit to come back and play another game in New York. They went there with the intentions on closing it out, and they did. Knicks in 6.
We have a superstar, and his name is Brunson. Everybody else, this guy was 6'5". Forget about it. Nobody could stop him. He takes a beating and just keeps on going. Wait. He didn't look like he was injured from the other night.
No, he's got the adrenaline running, and we all talked about it because when I was on that night, and I think my boy Alex was like, "Yo, Brunson's got to stop leaving the game," and I know Sal talked about it. He didn't leave the game this time. Think about how he felt not being able to affect the game, being on the sideline, and not being able to eliminate the Pistons at home in front of his home crowd. He had full intentions tonight. He had elimination on his mind tonight.
Absolutely. We have 12 with 9:30 left on the.
All right, so I just sent you Tibbs talking about Brunson in the email.
Closed the game on an 11-1 nothing run. We have Mike Breen and Clyde, which is unreal.
Shout out to Clyde. Yes, Clyde getting to be there and call this game, and we'll get another series.
Wasn't feeling under the weather, and last time, and he didn't call any games. Now he's back, and oh my, that's what's up. That's what's up. Right on.
Right on, Oscar. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019 as we are stacking the calls from Knicks fans that are excited with the win, watching Jalen Brunson hit the shot of the year and closing out the Detroit Pistons in 6. Let's hear from head coach Tom Thibodeau on his captain, Jalen Brunson, hitting that shot and, what he thinks.
The way Thompson was defending them all night just to come back and hit that shot. What do you make of that?
Yeah, and first I'd just like to start off congratulating the Pistons on JB and his staff did an incredible job all year long, and they had a terrific season. It was an incredibly tough series. So, in Jalen's shot, what can you say? Timely. He's at his best when his best is needed. He's done it all year. That's what makes him special. But also, when you look at the contributions, had 15 rebounds, a lot of tough plays that he made, and we needed Mikhail and OG were phenomenal throughout. Josh is just doing the things that he does, and we needed all of it. So, and just showing the toughness, to get down and then find a way to win at the end. But, we know we got a lot of work to do.
Well, the grind don't stop. The Knicks advance, and they will face the Celtics on Monday. CK down in RB, Red Bank, New Jersey, on the Fan in New York.
Yeah, so exciting win tonight. Certainly, I think we got to be excited about it. I'm looking at Twitter right now. Everyone's nervous. Celtics fans are not happy to play the Knicks. It's going to be a tough series. Just check the DraftKings line, and Celtics, I think, minus 800, and Knicks plus 550. Why not put a little change on the Knicks? I think they got a fighting chance. Tough team. It's going to be an exciting matchup. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, good call. I haven't checked the apps yet. And the line is obviously going to change and move some. I think the word out there is most people don't expect the Knicks to be able to hang with the Celtics. Thanks for the call, CK. But Vegas is Vegas, and the odds are the odds, and they have nothing. We don't know. That's the thing, too. They're not going to quit. It was always supposed to be Knicks Celtics. It was inevitable. From last year to this year to even, from last year when you make the moves to make your team better in hopes of facing a Celtics team and being able to go toe-to-toe with them, Mikal Bridges, Karl-Anthony Towns. But then also as we watched this whole season and we saw where the Knicks were in the standings, and it was inevitable. It was always going to be the Celtics. Now run it. Let's see. Danny is in Yonkers on the Fan next. What's up, Danny?
Yeah, what a finish, man. JB is the king of New York. I love this team, but I hate Karl-Anthony Towns. He hides in the corner. He's soft. This game shouldn't have been close. It shouldn't have been close. If Karl-Anthony Towns was a superstar, an All-NBA, or an NBA All-Star starter, when he's terrible. He's soft. He disappears, and it pisses me off because I love Julius Randle, and he balled out last night. I love this Knicks team, but I watched Karl-Anthony Towns play, and it drives me nuts, man. It drives me nuts. He's so soft.
Well, he's yours, and you're going to need him in the next series. He did kind of win you a game in this series, so it's game to game. I've been stressing this like the whole time. You're playing the same team over and over and over again. Sometimes it's going to be Jalen Brunson's night. Well, almost all the time it's Brunson's night. Some nights you're going to need Cat to hit, behind the backboard shots and hit 5 threes. A night like tonight, you're going to need Mikal Bridges to be dialed in on offense and defense, dunking the ball over Cade Cunningham, being there with a clutch putback when JB misses, hitting his shots. You're going to need OG to knock down 4 threes, give you over 20 points. You need Josh Hart to be where he's going to be. Like, it is tough when you play a series and you face a team multiple times over and over and over again. You get the same guys. It's just like too much of that familiarity. But all these games they're similar, but they're different. I mean, all in all, the Knicks win, and you got to be happy with the win, and you got to be happy that you have Karl-Anthony Towns, and you got to root for him. I know, like I said, they won the game. I know if they lose that game, I would be on this radio station taking call after call. I'm already taking them. That's the second call about Karl-Anthony Towns. But if they would have lost the game, majority of these calls would have been Karl-Anthony Towns is soft. He sucks. We gave up Dante DiVincenzo and Julius Randle for this guy, and he ain't it. Well, he is it. He's yours. Love him. Embrace him. Hope that it's a better matchup for him against the Celtics. You're going to need him. Lou is in Astoria on the Fan. What's up, Lou?
Hey, G, how you doing?
Good.
How's the family? Good?
Yeah, everybody's great. They're all home sleeping.
Beautiful. I'm going to make a prediction right now. Anybody that's going out at Karl-Anthony Towns, because, if you remember, Bronson had a terrible game at the Gordon, okay? If you think about that, all I want Bronson to do is distribute the ball, be a point guard, get Bridges involved, okay? Without Bridges tonight, and I thank you for that because there's a net, there used to be a net, okay? He made it possible for Jalen Bronson to come through. This is my prediction for this year. 1, Jose Soto Pacheco, and Karl-Anthony Towns, one of those Dominicans, are going to win a championship, okay? And they're going to do it for the country. We went through a lot of stuff there when the tragedy in the Dominican Republic, okay, when we only have 10,000 million people there, and it was very hard to take. You take care, and I'm just predicting that. Remember what Louis Story said? You might say this is another dumb call. It's okay. You take care.
Anyway, Mikal Bridges is solid. Like, for him to rise up in a closeout game like that, it shows that, he can do it. And I know there was a ton of criticism on him. I know that there's a ton of people talking about him too. But if they lost that game, he would have been marked safe tonight from criticism. They lose that game, and you got to give credit to Mikal Bridges. It's a team, man. It's a squad. All the talk about the chemistry or lack thereof in their locker room, they found a way to band together tonight, and obviously they're led by their captain. Karl-Anthony Towns will have a moment or two in the Celtics series. I don't know what it's going to take for them to beat the Celtics, but we're going to watch every single game and matchup. And I don't know. I think they got to figure out a way to get more out of the bench. It's just not there. It's not there, but I don't know. That's on the coach. And the coach is telling you there's a lot longer to go. So what does he expect? If he's saying there's a lot further to go, you're expecting to beat the Celtics and meet the Cavaliers, who we expect to come out of the Pacers series, right? Meet the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. You're expecting this year to get out of the second round. Well, what do you have in store for us? Tibbs, what do you have in store for us, Tom Thibodeau? 888-808-1019. Jay Schmeezy. Joe out in Rutherford on the fan. What up, Joe? They're back.
Well, listen, for your birthday, the Knicks got you a dub.
I didn't put any money on it, so it really, I didn't really do it. I sat this one out because I wasted money on the last one. I thought that they were going to finish it at the Garden. They did not.
Listen, as exciting as it is to watch them win, I can't help but salivate for the Friday night one back in the Bronx. Oh, it's May. It's happening.
And we got to do Jazz Chisholm basketball jersey tonight tomorrow first. But yeah, I'll see you at Juan Soto's return.
Oh, I can't wait. But this is a great time of year with the Knicks basketball, with the first place New York baseball teams. It's unbelievable. But tell me, what kind of birthday plans do we have? I mean, like, what are we doing? How you feeling? Like, do you feel older?
Yeah, I feel older. I feel like the older you get, the more text messages you get and the less money you get. I feel like the older you get as well, and especially when you grow into like parenthood, fatherhood. Like I woke up today and thank you for the birthday shout out. It's getting late, so hopefully we don't get a bunch of calls with happy birthday. I remember C-Mac did that one year and it was like every call had to wish him a happy birthday. But like obviously you know me, so you've already broken that wall down. And I've clearly made it through I made it through 4.5 hours tonight without mentioning that it was my birthday. But this morning I wake up, my wife taps me at 8:30. We got to take Jack to the doctor. I think it's Friday. I don't even know what day it is, but my son had his 2-year-old checkup. So I got to get up after sleeping like 4 hours, drive him and my wife to the doctor because the traffic in Hoboken is insane with the construction. And I don't want them to have to, find a parking spot, whatever. We do that, take him to the doctor. Then I come back. I got to watch Blippi with him. I got to watch him for a little bit because she's got to take work calls. Then he naps. I get to nap. And then I get up, I work out, I start preparing my notes, I take the train in, and I got to go to work. And I know tonight is going to be a Knicks night, so I was going to start talking Juan Soto and Mets because Juan Soto homered twice, but I'm like, no, I've got 30 minutes here before this Knicks game starts. Let me pump up these Knicks fans, tell them it's Knicks in 6. I knew it would be Knicks in 6. I called it Knicks in 6. You should believe that. The Knicks got to go on the road and get it done, and they did. And, like I said, here it is, the last half hour of my birthday today. I'm just thankful and blessed to be alive. I'm happy to be who I am and who I grew up to be. And, it's just another day. It's just another Thursday, Joe. So thanks for the call, bro. I'll see you at the stadium soon. 888-808-1019. My last 30 minutes on air tonight. If you'd like to get a call, last call for calls, dial the number. When we come back, I want to play a cut from Josh Hart talking about going on the road and how this team likes that feeling. Like I've said, they need to go on the road. They need to feel that opposing arena. Sometimes Madison Square Garden is too comfortable, too nice, too fancy, too many celebrities. Keith McPherson on the fan with not too many minutes left. Let's take this break and I'll be right back. I'm like, I try to keep it low because I remember I think last year, C-Mac let it be known it was his birthday and his open every call. And I'm like, you can't do a show like that. Nope. Yeah. Oh, Happy New Year, Keith, because I haven't talked to you. Happy New Year. It's January 18th. Like, can't do it. All right, they chatting. Let's see. It'll be a physical series. I think that helps the Knicks then because the Pistons' game plan of wrapping up off the ball and fouling hard was was what was slowing the Knicks down this series. Agreed. If Boston goes finesse, I feel like we can hang. Players like Cat would benefit from more space. Right. Jack, they have KP. Knicks are done. Keith, you get a chance to look at Brunson's three-point dagger? Of course. I was on air. I was talking about Bill Belichick's girlfriend, and then that took me right out of that nonsense. Bad Tiki loves it. They are going nuts outside the Garden. Love it. Yeah, that's always a great scene. Happy birthday, Keith. Yeah, you just heard me. That's the first caller to reveal it on air, my boy Joe. Thank you. Thank you. As a Celtics fan, don't run Knicks fans. Should be a great series, though. Knicks should be electric. There is no running. That's what I said. It was inevitable. It's always been Knicks Celtics. We knew we were getting that series. It was inevitable. It was going to happen. Whether it was what Knicks fans thought, the 1 versus 2 seed in the Eastern Conference Finals, or what was telegraphed the whole season. The whole season we could see it was going to be second round matchup between the Celtics and the Knicks. And so here we are, Monday. I'll be on air. But the Yankees will play, so I'll be on after. Johnson Brand, what up, bro? Thank you for the birthday shout out. What do you think about Tiki telling Yankee fans to turn their back when Soto comes to the plate? No one's listening to that. Happy born day, KM AM. Appreciate it, yo. Keith, I have a 3-year-old and a 1.5-year-old. I feel your pain, bro, but it gets easier, especially after 2. Yeah, it's not even pain. I guess it's growing pains. And, like, I took my son to the doctor today. He's perfectly fine. He just had his 2-year-old checkup. So got to do what we got to do to make sure that he's growing and he's on time and he's healthy. And it is hard. It is challenging, I'll say. But it's the most rewarding thing I've ever done. Like, I love my son. Like, when today I sat on the couch with him. I'm eating my cereal and he wants some cereal. So I go get him some cereal, put it in his little snack cup. And we're just chilling on the couch watching his stupid show that he likes to watch called Blippi. I don't know if y'all are up on Blippi. But, like, things like that, there's just, like, no price that, like, I could put on, like, those moments. Like, I got a 2-year-old little boy that loves me, that is healthy, that, like, he's mine. And he's the best looking kid. We had a call from a guy named Phil. It was like, your son is gorgeous. Your son is adorable, whatever. Everywhere we go, they stop us. Everywhere we go, he gets cute privilege. Everywhere we go, people are like, oh my God, he's super cute. He's really good looking. This is who my son kicks it with on YouTube. This is who he likes to watch on YouTube. His name is Blippi. Yeah, and I didn't name him Lil Keith. He looks like me, but I think he looks more like his mom. And that happens a lot. Like, firstborn son takes after the mother a lot of times in the face and in the, like, I look like my mom, even though I'm the second-born son. But he definitely has me in him and some of my mannerisms and he's going to have my frame, I think. Knicks are cooked in the second round. So we believe. I think they can get a game. Blippi and Miss Rachel. I stopped Miss Rachel. I can't do Miss Rachel's voice. I could not tolerate Miss Rachel's voice anymore. Blippi reference didn't have that on my. Hey, that's what my son watches. So much to learn about. It'll make you want to shout Blippi. Like, that's what we watch, yo. Because my son is really into, like, trucks. He's not into sports like that yet. He's into fire trucks, ambulances, police cars, tractors, dump trucks, bulldozers. Why? I don't know. He's just a boy's boy, I guess. All right, let's get it. Okay. 888-808-1019 as the Knicks knock off the Detroit Pistons. Enough of that crazy talk. Detroit versus everybody. So much for the bad boys. Motown is not back. It's New York over Detroit. Knicks in 6. Keith McPherson on the Fan taking your calls as we react to the game, to the series, and we start to kind of look ahead to the Celtics. None of us know what's in store against Boston, but most people will tell you, no way can they beat Boston. They might get swept. They might get the gentleman's sweep. I think the Knicks can get a game. I'll put my official prediction out on Monday. Actually, I won't be on air until after the Knicks play, after the Yankees play. So I'll give you Celtics in 5. Gentleman's sweep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I saw the Celtics beat them in every kind of way during the regular season. The Celtics are the defending champs. It's going to take a lot. The Knicks better rest up this entire weekend, right? Happy flight. They're going home. Let's hear from Josh Hart, echoing what a lot of us said. And I know I said it. I'm like, hey, they didn't get it done in New York. They didn't get it done in the Garden. The fans were waiting to explode. The fans were waiting to, get that moment in the Garden, and it didn't happen on Tuesday. But I knew I came on tonight. I said they're not going. If you want to go back and listen to my open, I'm like, they're not going back to Detroit to come back to New York. They're going there to close them out. They're going there to feed off that energy. They need to hear the F.U. Brunson chants, the flopper chants. They need to, some people are motivated by the hate more than the love. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people need to feel the hate, and that puts a chip on their shoulder versus the support. They know they got the support. But when you step into a raucous environment, like it was Chris in Michigan said, it was loud in there. People were throwing stuff on Knicks fans. Like, the Knicks responded, and I'll always remember that Jalen Brunson shot and how he didn't jump up and down and throw his fist in the air like Jordan. Obviously, it was different circumstances. Jalen Brunson just put his signature 3 up in the air. So let's hear from Josh Hart about going back to LCA, Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, and advancing on the road.
Great feeling. Like I said, obviously disappointed that we couldn't do it at home for us.
Brunson and Bridges are at the podium now, work on trying to get some of their audio too.
Going into a hostile environment of an opposing team and challenging them.
There you have it. Back to the phones we go as my time is expiring. 888-808-1019. Mike is in Kings Park, New York. Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, Keith? Listen, great series. It was physical. Topsy tested the thing. I want to give mad respect to Bridges tonight. I was critical of the way he shot the ball and played all series, and he stepped up big time tonight for the Knicks. And I think a lot of credit has to go to Anunoby. Cunningham in the fourth quarter of a lot of these games looked tired and beat down, and really didn't step up. And I think a lot, it's not physical OG. Anunoby played that all series long, and a lot of credit needs to go to OG.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned that yet, but I'm working on getting some more audio. OG, just quietly understated. OG is such a valuable player for what he is able to do defensively on their best player, but then on the other side, be able to score the rock, be able to shoot the rock, and just be quiet is kept.
Yeah, his shooting was great today in the first half. Helped him build a little bit of cushion when he came out the way he was shooting the ball, and then he's a specimen. When he drives in the lane, he is a strong player, and can finish around the rim. He had a very important, I thought, N1 basket in the second half. That kind of was a momentum changer. There's so many swings in this game and this series. It's hard to keep track of all of them, but just they're going to need him big time. Obviously, this was a great series win, and this is obviously a huge hurdle against the Celtics. But Deuce McBride is going to have to play better for them to have a chance. They cannot have something coming off the bench in this series against the Celtics. He has to shoot the ball better and give them a lift.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Thanks for the call, Mike. I'm like, I just don't see it because I don't see how they match up against the Celtics bench. You know how the Celtics get down. They just start running around, and they got a lot of different guys that can come off the bench and just give you 10. Peyton Pritchard, Sam Hauser. Like, they have enough guys that they can give their starters a breather, and they don't lose their lead. They can still go on runs. Even a guy like Luke Cornett, a big like Luke Cornett, out there getting rebounds and scoring himself. I just have seen it. That's what I said, bro. Last year, the first time I got a good look at the Celtics, I'm like, who allowed them to assemble this group? Who allowed them to put Drew Holiday with Kristaps Porzingis when they already had Al Horford? You know they had Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown all these years. Those guys going through playoff losses and battles and trying to figure out how to get finally there. And then Joe Mazzulla is a good coach. He's a different character. He's a chip off the old block. He marches to the beat of his own drum. It's going to be a good series. It's New York versus Boston. Here's something else I'm going to tell you Knicks fans too. Obviously the prices are going to go up for those tickets, but you know there are Celtics fans living among us. it is obvious. There will be "Let's go Celtics" chants in the Garden. They're here in New York. They used to live in Massachusetts. Now they live here in New York. They work in New York. They used to live in Rhode Island or wherever in the New England area, and now they're here in New York. And a lot of them will take the train or take the drive. They got the battery in their back because they won it last year. They're confident. There's a lot of Celtics fans on Twitter right now talking and laughing like, yo, this is nothing, right? Looking ahead, looking past the Knicks. But again, anything can happen. And this is why we watch, and this is why the playoffs are great, man. It's just a different level of basketball, and you're playing the same team over and over and over again. You get different games, and you really get to see who is who and what is what. The cream rises to the top. The best of the best show themselves. Looking at post-game stuff and working on some audio. Connor's going to cue some stuff up. I'll read. Let's see. Malik Beasley. Asor was pissed. He's the best defender in the world. I'm the best shooter in the world. Shut up. If you're the best defender in the world, like Brunson was 3 of 13, but when it mattered the most in winning time, Asor Thompson is forever posterized. He's forever in a slow-mo video. Brunson shook him off like 4 or 5 feet, and then he stumbled. Come on, bro. And if you're the best shooter in the world, how come you didn't catch the ball and get your shot off? Quiet that down. All right, we'll hear from Josh Hart again on the team's toughness, and Karl Anthony Towns just on, talking about the group. These guys hear everything that people say about them out there. Dwight in Asbury Park, what's up? You're on the Fan. Yeah, just check your email. I sent them there.
I thought for a minute that game was gonna go to overtime before Brunson hit that big three.
Yeah, they couldn't play an overtime period. They might lose an overtime period. They didn't have the legs for it. That was it.
Brunson played hero ball, and this time it worked.
It seems to work a lot. I know, there was what game was it in the series? Maybe the second game in the series, people was like, oh, Brunson with the hero ball. He's got to get others involved. Or what. I'm like, well, there's only so much they can get involved. He's the guy. He's supposed to be taking all of the shots. He's the guy. He's the guy you want with the ball in his hands, and he showed you.
Yeah, I think he scored the last, 8 or 9 points for them?
If I go to it, I think he definitely scored the last 2, or made the last 2 buckets.
Yeah, because I was like, okay, I like I said, I thought they were going to lose it. Either that or go for overtime for a minute.
With 5.1 seconds left, he hit the 3-point shot to make it 116-113.
They got it.
And you know what it was? Mikal Bridges had the tip in off of his missed shot. But those buckets are crucial down the stretch.
That tip was definitely lifesaver for them.
Big time play, big time moment. Thanks for the call, Dwight. 888-808-1019. Now, let's hear from Karl Anthony Towns, who I said if they lose that game, all of the blame shifts to Karl Anthony Towns. everybody would be calling right now, this guy's a bum, this guy fouled out, this guy shrunk, he's not tough, this and that. And when that game ended, I joked. I said when the game ended, I couldn't hear. I had the sound off, but Karl Anthony Towns ran out there like, yas. You know why? Because that's relief. One, the series is over. Two, they bailed him out. He wasn't on the floor, and they got it done. So here's Karl Anthony Towns, his first year as a Knick, talking about the team, talking about the group after the game.
I mean, it's great. Just these guys who work so hard. I think the series, I want to give a huge shout out to Detroit. They showed why they should be in this position. They're going to be really good for a lot of years. So we're better prepared for Detroit to be a playoff for a lot of years to come. I think the game just shows a little bit of how our season has gone. We kind of made it difficult on ourselves. And
okay, I sent a second link. Let's see if that one works.
To get the job done. And I think this series is just another way of showing how our season has gone, and it's prepared us for these moments where people question our grittiness, they question our belief in ourselves, and how disciplined we can be. And I hope that this series answers a lot of questions about who this team is and identity that New York basketball has always had. That we can keep it alive.
I'm telling you, these guys hear everything. They have cell phones, they have Twitter accounts, they have friends and family. Hell, they might listen to WFAN. They might listen to the calls and conversations the day after the game. They have the Odyssey app on their phone, or even if they don't, just the social media clips and conversation that go out on Instagram and Twitter. And they responded tonight. So they get to talk about how people don't think we're gritty enough. And we talk about this group. And when I talk about this group, it's their first year together. It's their first year together. I repeat, this is the first year that you're seeing them together. They made the trade for Mikal Bridges. They made the trade for Cat. And boom, we expect them to be in the Eastern Conference Finals. It takes teams time to build chemistry and being in these experiences. But Kat said, this is kind of like how our season has gone, right? It was up and down. It was a roller coaster. You get to the end, and how many games have you seen Brunson win having the ball in his hands? A ton. That's how they draw it up. Can that continue against the Celtics? We're certainly going to watch. Okay, let's hear Josh Hart talk about, hearing people talk and hearing people say what they think about this group, and the group responded tonight. Go for it.
I mean, we're a tough group. Everyone likes to paint us as not, but we're a tough physical group. This was a physical series. It was really serious. And I think we showed our physicality, our toughness, but also our mental toughness. The way we handled adversity, we during those adverse situations, we banded together for us as individuals. It's a great series.
The last thing you want to hear as a professional athlete, as a grown-ass man, is you're not tough. You're not gritty. You don't have the mental toughness. This group doesn't have it. I wonder what was said at halftime. That's what I would want somebody to ask in the media. I wonder what was said at halftime. This was a different third quarter. We've talked about them losing the third quarter every game of this series. This third quarter was different. They came out and outscored the Pistons 37-14. This was a completely different attitude coming out of halftime. And if you ever played sports, and even if you haven't, if you've ever just been in the foxhole, if you've ever just been with a group of guys that need to get something done, it's just a moment where you look each other in the eyes and you look at the next guy and you're not holding anything back and you're like, yo, this has to happen. We got to get it done. You hold each other accountable and, this is it. This is the last 24 minutes. We're not going back to the Garden to play against these guys. And they came out and did enough in that third quarter, and then they sealed the deal in the fourth quarter, even though it was slipping away with the Pistons going on a 20-2 run. It doesn't matter how you get it done as long as you get it done. 888-808-1019. Let's continue with the calls, and if I can get any more, I'm trying to see it. We're waiting on, audio to come in, and Connor's working on it. We're trying to see. They put Brunson on the podium with Bridges. So we're trying to see what we get from those guys together. The other guys, Hart and Cat, the audio we clipped from them was from the locker room, not at the podium. Peyton is in Roxbury on the Fan. Go for it, Peyton.
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, except for the fact that you keep saying that, the Knicks aren't all this. Like, they go down tonight, they have the lead for a while, they go down, and they battle all the way back. Like, Brunson shows that he's a top player in the league, and I think that you, unfortunately, show your homer. Like, you show that you're a Nets fan and that the Knicks aren't all this, and then the same thing with the Nets.
What show were you what show were you listening to? You were listening to this show?
Yes, I am, unfortunately.
So what did I say? Recite some of the stuff that I said that make me sound like a homer and a Nets fan. I am a Nets fan.
I know you're a Nets fan, and you've said for weeks now that you think the Knicks aren't that good, and the Knicks are going to lose early in the playoffs. And then tonight you come on.
No. We've got a live chat with about 1,200 people watching. There's a bunch of people listening. Nah, I haven't said that the Knicks aren't that good or any of that.
Keith.
Peyton.
You've done the same thing with the Mets.
No. I live rent free in your head. I live rent free in your head. I've been nothing but complimentary. I've given it up. I won't even go into the Celtics series where I don't think the Knicks stand a chance. I haven't been on that type of vibe at all.
Let me guess, you think the Nets are going to get Giannis too?
No, it's not about the Nets. You haven't listened to this show. Go to bed. Good night. You haven't listened to this show. Because earlier I said I don't want Giannis, and it's not about Giannis. But yeah, I live rent free in your mind. That's powerful, huh? A little bit of trolling here and there over the years, a little needling here and there in the years. You know, you come on WFAN and you clearly weren't listening to this show. I'm rooting for the Knicks. Why would I root for Detroit? For weeks, I've been saying Knicks in 6. But I know there are people that listen every night. I know there are people that are on YouTube, on Twitch watching right now, Twitter watching right now. But, enjoy it. Don't be mad at me. Don't come on the air and be mad at me. It's not about me, right? If it was about me, then yeah, I could be a Knicks hater. It's about the city. It's about all the Knicks fans. It's about winning around. It's not about me being a Nets fan. The Nets are irrelevant. The Nets are waiting for a lottery ball to bounce and hope that they get a top 3 pick. But yeah, I know. This stuff is interesting, right? You hear how someone helicopters in, and I saw the topic. the call gets screened. The topic is you're hating on the Knicks. How am I hating on the Knicks? Oh, I'm giving up. I'm going and finding clips of them talking about their team. I'm talking about how they're tough. They're resilient. They have the clutch player of the year, the captain. They put the city on their back. All of that. That's all facts. If you want to hear me hate, you've heard me hate before. If you want to hear me troll, you've heard me troll. But it's not the time for it. It's not the time for it. But there are a lot of these, fans that exist out here that, like I said, I live rent free in their head. They think that it's the other way around. No, this is my job. I watch the Knicks. I watch the Mets. I'm not a fan of either team, but when they win, like the Knicks are winning, like the Mets are winning, I get on the airways and I give it up. I get on the air and I tell the truth. And it's not about my fandom and the teams that I picked when I was a child. It's about doing a good show. It's about taking calls from fans that are joyous right now. But if you can't enjoy the moment because you're so stuck thinking about me, then I guess I own you. That's okay. Mike is in Ridge, New York on the Fan. Go for it, Mike.
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Great.
I predicted Knicks in 6, but then I was getting really nervous.
That's what happens in the playoffs. You start to have some doubts.
Yeah. Boston's going to give us the shot.
Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. Are they going to be healthy? Are they going to overlook the Knicks? Are the Knicks going to stay healthy? Are the Knicks going to have a different strategy? Who's going to rise? That's why we watch. We don't know. That's why we bet on this stuff. That's why we overanalyze this stuff. And that's why we watch a game like tonight where it's looking like the Knicks are about to lose the game and then heroics happen and you emerge victorious.
And Kid's got to do something about his players.
No, he hasn't over the years. Thanks for the call, Mike. He hasn't changed. 44 minutes tonight for Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. 42 minutes for Jalen Brunson. 35 for Josh Hart. 37 for Karl Anthony Towns because he fouled out. his starters are going to play. He's going to play the guys that he trusts. He's going to play the best players he's going to play. There are guys that were – I took a call tonight. Someone asked for Landry Shamet to be in the game. He's not getting in the game. I took a call 2 nights ago about P.J. Tucker playing in the game. P.J. Tucker didn't even make the trip. I took a call about Precious Achiuwa. Why isn't Precious Achiuwa getting any? Maybe in this next series they'll find a way, but no, they're leaning on their main guys, the same guys that they've leaned on. And I took a call earlier in the night saying that Mitchell Robinson should be in the starting 5. No. This is the team. This is what Leon Rose put together. This is the squad. They will live and die with these players, and however these players respond or don't respond. 888-808-1019. I think I got 2, maybe 3 more minutes for calls. Appreciate everybody watching and listening on a night where the Knicks advance in 6 games. Go New York, go New York, go. Bobby is in Manhattan on the Fan. Go for it, Bobby.
This is Bobby, yeah. So, listen, I was one of the first guys who said that we were going to dump our closer on the Yanks, by the way. So I just want to make that clear. That happened.
Congrats.
The question I have, which happened, the question I have for you is, do you think if we had DiVincenzo on this team, we'd be in a better situation? It'd be more hype. We obviously have a better shot at beating the Celtics.
Maybe, but then you wouldn't have Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns helped you win that last game in Detroit before this one. It was Sunday. The team would look a lot different. I know everybody loves last year's team and the thought of what Dante DiVincenzo would provide on this team. I gave him credit tonight. I played a clip of Anthony Edwards talking about how, Dante DiVincenzo literally tells him what defense they're running and what they're throwing at him on the court. But that's in the past, man. I don't know. This is the team. Thanks for the call, Bobby. Like I said, this is the team. This is the squad. This is who you have. This is who you're rolling with. You can't go backwards. Dante DiVincenzo is with the Timberwolves. Him and Julius Randle are with the Timberwolves. They beat the Lakers in 5, and they've advanced. At least we don't have to deal with that narrative tonight of, the Knicks are going to Game 7. Meanwhile, 2 guys that they traded away were able to beat the Lakers in 5, and now they've advanced. And what would the team look like if we had Julius Randle? And it doesn't matter. The world may never know. The world will never know. As I'm like, all right, let me check the Western Conference. The Clippers are up 80-66 over the Nuggets. Denver leads that series 3-2. Clippers looking to even it up. And tomorrow, is there? Well, there is a game tomorrow. It's the Rockets, Warriors. I already told you about Steph and that swollen thumb. And obviously the Rockets smacked the Warriors the other night. And so now we got a series there. The Rockets looking to close it out in San Francisco. I don't think that happens. All right, I'm out of time. Maybe Big Mac will be able to get some of the audio from Jalen Brunson and Mikal Bridges talking about closing this series out. So I got tonight again. Thanks everybody for listening, calling in, everybody watching online. I will be at the game tomorrow, not on air tomorrow, but we will do a little Sunday Sauce special Sunday show Sunday night after the Yankee game. Hopefully the Yankees sweep the Tampa Bay Rays, and we'll be able to talk about that. Again, keep it locked right here. Chris McMonagle coming up on the Fan next to talk more about the New York Knicks, the New York Mets, the Yankees, whatever New York fans want to talk about. You're listening to the Fan. Keith McPherson out. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah. Like 12 hundo on Twitter. Right. Yeah. Notice that weirdo that called. He was just so off base. Not listening to the show. But I've trolled and I've roasted a lot of these lames out here where, like, I live rent-free in their heads. That's why I told them, I'm like, I own you, bro. It's cool, right? It's powerful. I love all y'all, though, for watching, for interacting in the chat. We'll do this again Sunday night. Everybody be good. I'll see you at the stadium this weekend. Tomorrow.